Welcome! This is the 3.4 Genshin TCG Major for Europe. The final tournament of the 3 regions. It's been quite an exciting weekend.
Yeah,
and
it was brilliant.
Yeah, time to end. Well, Europe is going to be the final one. It's going to be the most exciting one. A nice tournament to close off the patch. Joining you guys today would be me, Waifu Hunter, and
Louis, and we're going to be guiding you through the show tonight.
Yes, sir.
We are going to be essentially, we're your bestest travel companion for the night.
Yes, we are but we're not as annoying as Paimon, to say the least.
I mean, matter of interpretation, you know.
To be fair, my voice isn't as high-pitched as Paimon.
By the way,
so...
your bestest travel companion for deals is going to be Paimon's Bargains, who is the sponsor of today's tournament, and yeah, there's going to be an ad read later. Stay tuned for that, or a full ad. Actually, we produced a full ad.
Yeah, we're actually getting sponsors, guys. All right.
I'm pretty sure Numa voiced it, so you got to hear Numa's beautiful voice for once.
You don't hear from it often. Anyway, the format. This will be a best of 3 single elimination. So, since this is a major, it's an invitational. The 8 of the best players in Europe from our community will be facing it off. Each player will bring 2 decks, and when they win, they will change decks. So
yeah, essentially that means you have to win with each deck you bring every round.
Yes, and it's single elimination, so once you're out, you are out. Well, it is the top 8 of the best, basically, from this region. So this is the chance for them to prove themselves.
Yeah, but on stream today, you will see 2 of the quarterfinals, both semifinals and the finals, as well as hopefully an interview after the finals. So, you know.
Yeah, that would be exciting. Where if the players opt in for an interview, we will interview them. And for the pricing, since, as I mentioned before, this is the top 8 of the best, so we decided everyone deserves to win a little bit of something. But the first prize would be $50 for the grand champion. The second place will receive $30. Third and fourth will receive $15, and 5th to 8th will receive a Welkin Moon.
And of course, as per usual, always all thanks to Paimon's Bargains, so thanks for that. As we jump over to our contenders for tonight, Kevin Z coming in as probably the clear favorite, has won 2 of the 4 weeklies, and overall has, like, the guy made went 4-1 with a Magu Kenki this time around, like in this week in this cycle. So absolute mad lad, coming in as the number 1 Quagsire enjoyer.
Getting some Quagsire representation. Next up is El Radoman. Y'all ready to get funky? My man,
definitely a fan of Pizza
also.
Tower.
Yes.
But honestly, like, if you show me that Kilo Favodia is one of your favorite cards, I'm going to question your sanity.
Well, at least we know what kind of player he is. But to be fair, he is a really talented player. His record is pretty good throughout this patch's weeklies, so definitely a player to watch.
Yeah. Also, did not bring Kaya Stall, so I'm not going to complain for now.
All right, nice. We get to see fast games. Next up is Kirano, the 3rd seed. Surely
Yeah.
I won't get double Ito this time. Still traumatized, apparently.
Yeah.
But his
Yeah.
his
One of our resident freeze expert is bringing. Well, actually, we should probably talk about that a little later when we actually see them on in a match.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
if your favorite card is I haven't lost yet, means that you'll probably see a lot of characters get taken down.
yeah. Corona with a bit of a good streak has went 4-1 in the last three tournaments back to back to back, and yeah, has played Ganyu Freeze every single one. So he's ready to mix people up today.
Yes, Kirano went 4-1, 3 weeklies in a row. So
Mhm.
definitely another player to watch. Next up, we have Martin Z.
Yeah, another of our resident freeze experts, mostly an Ayaka main though, and fighting for Hu Tao funds. Well, hopefully the funds will be delivered in time because the Hu Tao banner is not long for this world at this point.
Yes, we are almost at patch point 3.5. So if you win, you better win fast. You better win this tournament if you want to get that Hu Tao funds. I myself is also a Hu Tao enjoyer, so I relate. Next up,
Yeah,
we have Pecky.
Pecky, pretty much I actually play like every single tournament with the Pecky deck, which is the Ganyu Xingqiu Sino, essentially like um, starting off on Ganyu, just charge shotting until Ganyu gets taken out, and then sort of trying to clean up with Sino. So bringing that today again.
Yes, Sino being his signature character, and it does bring him some success, going with a pretty good record throughout the weeklies. So let's see how he will do, and let's see if Sino can bring in the dub this tournament.
I like the quote. The best response to a challenge is to win. So I will. Well,
Yeah, just win.
good luck. Just win, forehead.
Just win.
Alrighty, next up should be Dizen or Dizen. I'm actually not sure. Favorite cards, Electro Resonance. Honestly, like one of my favorite cards as well. It's just like it enables like such a dynamic playstyle, just firing off ults left, right, and center. Resident right and enjoyers, I see.
Yes. I wish I could put Kitching in both decks. I relate. Kitching is very strong, and also I really love her animations when she ults. So definitely
Mm,
also can relate. I'm very
yeah,
lucky to be here. Y'all are cool. Yes, thank you. We are happy
Kaching
for
is
you
so
that you're here
satisfying.
too. Yeah, I love Kaching. Next up, we have Bin Zoo, a Barbara enjoyer based on the profile picture and his favorite card.
Mm-hmm. He's not bringing the stall tonight, which I'm happy with. I did not bring Barbara at all though, which is kind of sad for Barbara. But I guess yeah, Barbara is not really the card to bring to the majors. I can
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, this is the major after all, so makes sense. But number one anti-stall player, favorite character Barbara. A bit of a contradiction there, but I'm not the
Yeah.
judge. I'm a
I hate to win
double
with a
anima
major with the
enjoyer,
meta
so
decks brings like two slightly off meta decks, but hey.
hey, fellow animal control enjoyer, so I can't really complain. And last but not least, we have our 8th seed, Resin Q.
Yeah.
Okay, are you going? Should I read that? Read his quote.
Go ahead.
From the ghastly eyrie, I can see to the ends of the world, and from this vantage point, I declare with utter certainty that this one is in the bag. I like that confidence from you, Resin Q. And can I have a cheeseburger with a side of mayo? And yes, that's all. First of all, Resin Q, I'm sorry, this is a Wendy's. We don't sell cheeseburger. We sell
Uh,
stackers. And second of all, this isn't well trying to get a little bit of a haha from us. cutting it close as the 8th seed here, so let's see what he can
I
do.
think like one of the only players who's brought Beto like seriously to a tournament. Sadly, brought it in week 4 of this patch. Did kind of go 1-4. Brings it today again though, so I guess we'll have to see how that works out.
A Beidou believer.
Also, the only one bringing Shunling to today's tournament, so that's gonna be cool.
Yeah. In a major, he is brave enough to bring 2, I would say, unconventional decks. So one of the players to watch. Also, actually, everyone's
as the 8th seed, sort of the least expectations are on you, so you can like. If you pull an upset with Beto, you're a legend, like, even if you go out round 2, so...
Yeah, getting into top 4 with Beidou and Xiangling is already a great achievement, but we can't discredit him yet. You know, anything can happen in these majors.
Beidou can win the tournament, and I'm gonna look like really stupid, and honestly, I'm hoping for that. Like,
yeah, everyone loves a good underdog story, so... Resin Q, I know casters aren't supposed to be biased, but, you know, I'm rooting for you, I guess.
Yeah. Would mean, though, that round 1, he's taking out Kevin Z, so I'm not sure if that's gonna happen.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of matchups, do we have the bracket ready? Because I believe we are going to start pretty soon on the matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bracket is essentially going to be seeded based on, like, we just went through the ones based on seeding, so it's going to be Kevin Z versus Resin Q, it's going to be Alrado Man versus Beansu, then it's going to be Corano versus Dizen, and Pecky Codex versus Martin Z are the first round matchups. As you see... No, okay, we're about to jump in. Let's go.
Yes.
We're gonna take on 2 of those matchups. We're getting a Rotoman Beansu, and I'm pretty sure the second one we agreed upon was Pecky Codex versus Martin Z. So those are the 2 matchups we're gonna look at.
All right, Beansu versus Rotoman, the 2nd seed versus a 7th seed.
All right. Seems like we're going to see. Matchup. Let me actually.
We have a super conduct versus Yoimiya from the side of Binzu. We have not seen Yoimiya quite a lot ever since the nerf, so exciting to see what she can bring to the table.
No, it's Alrado. I think these are flipped around. Alradoman's bringing Yoimiya.
Oh, sorry. Alradoman's bringing.
Yeah, I think we need to swap the POVs here. But yeah, Alradoman bringing the Yoimiya. Went Yoimiya in the last weekly and went 3-2 with it. So we'll see what he can do today with it.
He's starting off strong. Pretty standard play, just official, setting up that Oz very early in the game.
I'm gonna quickly check Alradoman's deck. One of the things that is definitely it will be interesting to see. Okay, we do have the double Aquila Favonia. We don't have Ben and Talon card, but and no Lucky Dogs. So, but we have 2 Adventurous Bandanas. So, one of the things that I'm looking at here is I don't think Yoimiya can really win the damage race against Superconduct. So it is going to kind of come down to Bennett to clean up in the end, as like sort of the juggernaut that he is. And with Aquila Favonia and Adventurous Bandana, it is possible that it's just going to be too much for the Overload deck, the Superconduct deck to handle in the late game. So that's kind of probably going to be the game plan for Alrado Man.
Yeah, Superconduct decks, especially Ganyu and Kaching, very good at dealing AoE damage, but not that great at dealing single target, especially through Bennett's constant sustain with the adventures with the Aquila Favonia. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, starting us off on the Xingqiu, of course, getting the burst up as quick as possible. Kind of the base strategy of most vaporized decks, unless you're playing Mona instead.
Ganyu, that Calyx art already has the energy to use the elemental burst, dealing more AoE damage. Ganyu's specialty.
I guess the good thing of like the Superconduct deck is essentially you can get the setup done, just like the Vaporized deck. Like we're only just seeing enough energy on Saint-Cho now, whereas Binzu was able to put down Oz and is now able to burst as well. Before even the burst can come out from El Radoman's side. That's kind of sort of the power of these Electro Resonance decks. They can very quickly stack up energy.
Yeah, and both of the Electro Resonance cards has not been used yet. So there's a potential we can see GITCG ult coming in very quickly soon.
Yeah.
That option is always there.
We might see like a refresh on Oz, and then just at the start of next turn, we're just going to see 2 Electro Resonance, and immediately you get the Midnight Phantasmagoria. Also has the double toss-up in hand, which means he's going to be able to, fix dice however he wants to. And with these, 4-cost ultimates on GITCG, and I'm pretty sure Midnight Phantasmagoria is also 4 dice. It is sometimes difficult to get that together, so having those is really important.
Having that basically extra chances to get the dice that you need, especially in a Ganyu and an Electro deck where you really need those dice. I believe Midnight Phantasmagoria is only 3 dice. So
let me check that. Oh yeah, it's 33. But yeah, Alrado Man setting up really well here for Yoimiya next turn. He's only on 5 HP, but there's going to be a lot of dice with the Parametric Transformer and the Lieben coming out as well.
Yoimiya is so close to popping off here. Xingqiu's job is done. She just has to switch into the Yoimiya. The question is, will Xingqiu die? Gets taken down, before Yoimiya before El Radoman switches to Yoimiya here.
Oh god, I'm seeing the double I haven't lost yet.
Oh, interesting.
Quick switch to...
yeah, it seems like just going to straight up quick swap, leave it to me, into the Yoimiya there. And, ooh, big. Takes down the Ganyu.
Mm-hmm. Will mean there's only going to be one more cryo application for the rest of the game.
Yes, losing that access to more cryo application is bad. But both characters left from...
Oh, that's juicy.
Ooh, 4 Omnis. Toss up really putting in work.
Yeah, like regardless of the second roll, that was worth it for sure.
Oh, Binzu is just going to burst here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and that with the with the Adeptus Temptation is going to be enough to take down
Yoimiya. Wait, yeah, Yoimiya and Xingqiu at the same time here. Yoimiya not giving any opportunities for Yoimiya to set up. And it's
double I haven't lost it on El Radoman's side though. This is going to be a huge swing backwards. Here comes the burst.
It's the Bennett burst active plus
6 dice. This GITCG is going down this turn. Either that or actually Aquila Favonia is on hand for El Radoman, so he can even play that if he wants to. Actually, with the never mind, with the with Rain Source, Kaching is going to go down either way, so you can just normal attack with the Keel of Avonia, take out Kaching.
2, 5, 4, yeah.
Wouldn't that have been enough with the Akila of Avonia? Or does
That
Akila
would
only
be
add
plus
1
1.
damage?
Yeah, that would be +1.
Okay. Yeah.
Guarantees.
Still, though, this is a huge swing in Man's favor, and I'm not entirely sure what Beanzu does at this point, because he doesn't really have like access to a quick burst on Fischl, and Fischl is not really dealing the most damage. I don't think she can really like go up against the healing uh, that Bennett can put down, really.
Yeah, Bennett heals more than Fischl can deal damage. So I am pretty certain El Radoman got this in the bag.
See the draw?
Especially, yes. Oh.
Yeah, there's the I haven't lost yet. A bit too late. And yeah, that's probably going to be all she wrote.
And then Fischl's going to deal at most 2 damage every round. And yeah, there's the Aquila of Avonia. With the Bennett burst still up. With the Aquila of Avonia. With the, I believe, the mushroom pizza still active there. Yeah, this Bennett isn't going down anytime soon.
Yeah. Seems like in the end, it did come down to the Juggernaut Bennett. Of course, like somewhat unlucky, definitely, to run into double I haven't lost yet. But yeah, it is somewhat dubious if it would have worked out either way. Even if there was like only one, because one is sort of expectable to have at this stage of the game, drawn like a decent amount of cards. 2 is a bit, excessive, I guess. Okay, we do see an Adeptus Temptation come down.
To get that last energy charge for the official burst with Adeptus Temptation. That would...
Like, how much would that do? I think it's probably like 6 damage.
6?
Mushroom pizza
yeah,
again. No!
Oh my god, another pizza. And Bennett can just burst again if he wants to,
For
so...
6 damage.
This is just... Binzu trying to delay the inevitable.
Yeah. That's 6 damage.
Oz
will do 1 in
sorry.
the end phase, but at the same time, Vonia's Cathedral is still up. Yeah, you have like
way too much healing for official.
And what I'm seeing on our Automan side is just him hovering, so I'm pretty sure he's just hovering to take a screenshot right now to confirm the win of this game. First, one more time, and Alradoman takes game 1.
That's all she wrote. Alradoman 1-0. That is pretty surprising, honestly. We see the Superconduct deck getting the early advantage because it is a Superconduct deck, dealing a lot of the AoE, and that catching burst did take down 2 characters at once, but at what cost? Bennett can just set up, and this showcases the strength of Bennett.
Yeah, like straight up. We've seen a lot of Vaporize and other decks switch to Power Agent in favor of Bennett. And I see the appeal. You have like the early pressure, you have like a bit more flexibility with it. But what Bennett can provide in the late game as like in a simplified game state, Bennett is king pretty much.
Yes, that is true. And in that kind of situation, you would definitely prefer Bennett over a Pyro Agent, just for the fact that, sometimes the matchup just goes that way. Sometimes you can't just one shot every character every time. it goes longer than you expected. So, yeah, Bennett coming in clutch here in game one.
Yeah.
And since
Um,
Elrado Man takes game one, he is going to use his second deck, which is where the Pyro Agent is. Just the classic Clee Vape deck. We've seen
mhm.
this many times before in previous weeklies. So
Yeah, this is sort of the
yeah,
like most flexible variation of Cleave Vaporize. You don't have like any of the setup characters. You're straight up like just switching one through three, and just try to take your pot shots. I like this variant. And honestly like every variant of Cleave Vaporize with the four characters, other than like triple pyro, but like any combination of Bennett, Pyro Agent, Mona, and Xingqiu have their reason to exist, and like they all trade advantages.
yes, we see. I guess one of the advantages of Clee Vaporize decks specifically, is that the flexibility. We see that Elrado Man does bring Xingqiu and Bennett in his first deck, so there's like a lot of deck building shenanigans he's doing there. Both decks are vaporized decks, so that is quite interesting. Meanwhile, Binzu still has that animal control deck.
Yeah, I feel like Animal Control is gonna do like have trouble with the second deck here, because it is so like variable. Like you don't really like. It's not really a problem to be switched to any of the characters, because like if you switch into Mona can't deal damage by herself, but it can obviously like quick switch into any character. And the other two characters have like the big reaction triggers, so it's gonna be somewhat difficult to control that with Animal Control. We're gonna see if Binzu is going to switch Dexia right now, or if he's gonna stick on to stick with the Superconduct for now.
All right, let's get into the match and find out. I believe we have the second game starting already. Yes, it is. Oh no,
We're
they're
close. We're
still
close.
preparing.
Seems like Al Radaman is setting it up right now, and we should be in game in just a moment. I'm, I'm, I'm having trouble seeing Benzo take this one, just because, as I said, the double animal control deck has like a pretty bad matchup into specifically this variant of Cleave Vaporize.
Okay, I think specifically with animal control, what animal control excels at is just sustaining with all the healing, plus disruption, not letting your opponent set up while dealing that swirl damage on the side with Mona. But in the case of a Klee deck, sometimes a Pyro Resonance and a Vaporized Trigger is enough to kill a character, to take down a character. So it is a very dangerous situation for the animal control deck. But we will have
Lots
to
of
see.
good Hydro dice here, I guess.
Yep, starting off with a Mona. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's playing the Lucky Dog. I often see that being put on Sucrose here to provide her with some healing, and then on the other side you see like some healing on Jean just naturally. So breaking through that through those heals is going to be Aradaman's task here. The problem is Fatui Pyro Agent is very good at breaking through healing and just dealing 10 damage on the spot. Let me actually check how many. How's it called? He's bringing. How many Adeptus Temptation he's bringing on top? One Adeptus Temptation plus two Pyro Resonance. He's also playing the Magic Guide, so there's a decent amount of +1 damage, +2, +3 damage cards. It's going to be tough.
There is a lot of surprise damage from this deck. So let's see if Benzo can anticipate that. I guess cards like Lotus Curse would be very important in this matchup specifically, but based on the cards we're seeing, that's 2 Vestas Companion, so not a great start.
Yeah, Pyro Agent already in ulting position. I'm not sure, I didn't quite catch. Who finished the turn first last round? Either way, if it is Eldorado, man, I'm pretty sure this Mona isn't long for this world, and at that point, you're in trouble. Let's see. Okay, it is Bizu going first, so he is going to do a quick swap, and is probably going to swirl over the Hydro.
Yeah,
Pays it forward, you know.
During that swirl, switches it to Mona.
I feel like the best thing you can do right now as Eldorado Man is switch back to the Pyro Agent. Make sure that Sucrose can infuse Hydro into her burst right now. And just maybe even just straight up use the ult here. It's gonna stay on the Mona. I'm not sure if I agree with that play. As we're going to see.
Most likely this is the burst going. Oh, gives the mushroom pizza to the Sucrose. Sucrose is going to stay.
It keeps the Isomer around for later. I'm not sure if I agree, but at the very least, it is definitely a play you can make.
Maybe Binzu just want to threaten the Klee. The Klee also still has that Hydro attached to her.
Yeah. He's going to take the switch back onto Mona, which is going to mean that Eldorado Man is going to be able to finish turn first.
Yes.
Does not want to risk the Sucrose here, which I can understand.
Yeah, 2 dice. Maybe Eldorado Man. Oh wait, Eldorado Man has that Pyro die, so Binzu trying to anticipate that. And since the Phantom is still there, so Mona going to trade the Vaporize here.
Yeah, like if you do 3 damage to Sucrose here, then due to the Vaporize triggering in the end phase, the Phantom is going to be able to take out Sucrose. So switching away from it is definitely the correct play here. Eldorado Man is also going to take the switch over to Mona, which means actually Binzu gets to finish turn first here.
Okay, that's
Mona's getting pretty low.
The Animal Dice and the Animal Resonance coming in. This open up a few plays. That means Binzu has 11 dice to play with.
Either way, this is either way it's going. This is going to be one of the biggest turns of the game. I think somebody on Binzu's side is going to go down this turn, and at the same time, with all the dice that Binzu has right now, this is also the time you deal like the most damage you can.
It just forces the switch from the Mona into the Klee. Again, This is what Animal Control does best. Trying to annoy, not letting Mona deal any kind of Hydro application, so the Vaporize doesn't happen.
Yeah, the other thing is it also keeps Eldorado Man off of his Pyro Agent for now, which means no burst on that side as well. And here we're finally going to see the Isomer coming down. Hydro infused, so essentially even if Mona goes down now, it's easy to like carry that over and over again. Like the Isomer is going to be down for 3 turns, which means at some point you're going to be able to burst again, which means the burst can pick up the Hydro again, which means even if Mona goes down, there's going to be Hydro for the rest of the game now.
Finally using that higher dice and the North Chicken. It's just going to be normal attack on the Gene. Well, the red one still has a lot of dice to work with here.
I'm not entirely sure if I agree with like how little he's trying to do anything with Mona here. Just the power damage I don't think is going to be really like enough.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mona is Elrado Man's Mona is getting to that very low health. Oh,
Yeah.
double.
Oh.
That is going to be a lot of healing.
Mm-hmm. The Lucky Dog's on Sucrose as well, as far as I remember. So Sucrose is going to probably, be able to deal with the rest of the lineup by herself, pretty much.
Yeah,
unless we're seeing a huge, huge swing here.
The Klee burst is active though, so Binzu has to play this very carefully, or one of his character will get taken down.
I also think, yeah, he was thinking about using the elemental skill on Klee here. The problem is that would just switch Elrado Man over to Mona for free. Mona will survive on 1 HP and can actually, at that point, set up some Hydro application. I think Binzu wants to avoid that. I think Sucrose is the correct play here, because you can. At the same time, it's difficult because they don't want to switch to the Pyro Agent either.
Yeah, Pyro Agent is threatening there.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and you just hope to survive here. Maybe you are just sacrificing the genes so Sucrose can finish the job later.
Yeah, but I don't think Gene is really under. Oh wait, Gene has to. All right, the Klee burst is still active, so I guess Gene is. Alright, Gene is going to. Gene is in a very difficult spot here. I think you can. Binzu can just set up for future turns.
Yeah, I think essentially you're looking at Gene going down here, and then you are on Sucrose with 2 Favonius Cathedrals, and that's your insurance plan.
Yeah, that is a very stacked Sucrose. So let's see if Sucrose can carry the whole thing. Double Cathedral.
Are we still seeing the Pyro Dice on Elrado Man's side? Is my question.
I believe that's the resonance, not the.
Yeah.
Dice.
So yeah, no Pyro Dice, which means Elrado Man can't take out the Sucrose here, and at that point, it becomes really difficult to take her down next turn. Strategize coming out wants to. I don't know what he wants to see, honestly.
Binzu does have priority for next turn, and with 1 elemental skill, Sucrose can just take down 2 characters at the same time.
Yeah, I think what he was maybe looking for was 1 Pyro Dice and 1 Northern Smoked, so he can just barely do a normal attack, which would at that point be enough to finish the game off. But that didn't happen. Mona goes down.
Five health. Is that enough? Ooh,
I'm not sure. There's no healing, no food on the side of Binzu. And if he takes down Klee here, he's going to be at 3 HP. So that's not going to be enough. Actually, no. Never mind. The Lucky Dog will bring him back up, but at the same time, even that's not enough because we have seen that Elrado Man has the how's it called in hand? Has the Adeptus Temptation and has the burst ready on the Pyro Agent, so that should be 6 damage. That should finish the game.
So no matter what happens, Klee goes down, and Fire Agent is just going to clean it up. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
that should be all she wrote. There's Temptation, and we're gonna see the screenshot, and there's the Elemental Burst.
Yes, and
6 damage.
6 damage, and El Radoman goes 2-0.
Yeah, moves on.
Man.
And that's what I was talking about. At some point, like, some of the threats are going to break through and just, take you down either way.
I mean, it's kind of unfortunate also that Binzu didn't draw enough of the sustain cards early on.
Maybe early on, but like he did draw both of his cathedrals. He did draw Mushroom Pizza, if I remember. He had a Lucky Dog. I feel like it's not really draw luck that lost him the game here.
Because it's not enough. The matchup is just that difficult, I guess.
Mm.
So yeah, congratulations to El Radoman. Good showing of both vaporized decks, different variations. And I'm sad to see Animal Control to lose on the first round. But well, the best player won.
Yeah, I mean, with this many freeze experts in Europe coming in as the vape expert, I'm down to see El Radoman go far this tournament.
Radoman is one of the favorites to go quite far in this whole tournament. So definitely the player again. I guess my player to watch. Good showing, good record also in the previous weekly. So let's see how he will do.
Yeah. In the meantime, Carano has taken down Deezen, so it's going to be El Radoman Carano in the next round, and we are probably going to move on to Martin Z versus Picky Codex relatively soon.
Oh, we have Martin Z versus Picky Codex. The Sino.
Kevin Z versus Resin Q is still going, apparently.
Yes, Binzu, sadly, the first one to go. Meanwhile, the rest of the contestants are still playing their games.
Yeah. As I said, as far as I can see from the bracket, Deezen lost 2-0 to Carano as well. So, our biggest Raiden fan, sadly, also eliminated.
Aww. And now, Martin... Yes.
We're going to move on to Martin Z versus Becky Codex. We are seeing... so there was a bit of a mix-up before the tournament. Martin wanted to bring not two of the same deck, but wanted to have one overlap. Oh wait, this that's still on the graphic here. Wanted to bring Syncto twice.
Ignore
had to do a bit of a change of plans. Is now, as far as I remember, bringing Mona in that slot.
Yes, that is in fact Mona, our resident European Ayaka enjoyer. I believe Martin Z brought his signature Ayaka deck in all of the weeklies he participated in.
Yeah. I'm not even, like, I haven't actually checked, but I'm pretty sure like 90% of the cards are the same each week as well.
You know, I respect One Tricks. They're perfecting their craft on.
Speaking of One Tricks, we also have Picky Codex coming in with the same Sino deck for 3 weeks in a row.
Right, also a Sino One Trick. We have both One Tricks meeting in the first round. Actually, I haven't seen quite a lot of his Sino specifically. Can you tell me more about what is this deck supposed to do?
So essentially, Pecky is starting off on Ganyu and just charge shots until somebody stops him. And at that point, he sets up for a Sino sweep in the end.
Okay, that makes sense. Just Sino still needs a few rounds to get going, but once Sino has those stacks, he can
Yeah.
pop off.
Essentially, it's a very good deck at punishing decks that have like these setup characters turn one. Like if you're playing Xingqiu turn one, if you're like superconducting, you're essentially trying to get Ganyu to burst turn two. If you're vaporizing, you're playing Xingqiu there, or if you're playing some sort of Bennett deck that wants to Bennett burst early on. That's what this deck punishes like really well by just saying, okay, I'm gonna charge shot twice, and all of your characters are gonna be on 6 HP by the time you get to do anything. It doesn't do that well against sort of the Vaporize style decks, especially the ones that don't play Xingqiu. That play Mona, because that means Ganyu goes down very quickly, and at that point it's really tough to sweep with Sino.
Yeah, I guess at that point, Sino it doesn't meet the health threshold in which Sino can just sweep everyone. So quite interesting deck. Pecky does bring a Klee Overload deck on his second slot. So 2 Electros. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Quite like that.
Yeah. We've seen the Overload deck really like pop off recently. Mostly in the Fatui Agent plus Bennett variant with Kaching. But the Klee variant is still like decent. I'm not the biggest fan of it just because it essentially means that like once Klee bursts up, your opponent can essentially choose when the Overload procs on you.
Yes. So whenever the opponent makes a move, they get the pyro applications, and so they has the. I guess they can choose when they won't want to switch. Anyways, I believe we have the game coming up soon. And this is. Oh wait.
No,
I guess
it's
we'll.
just us. It's just our mugs, okay?
Okay, just takes a little bit of time until it starts. So while we're here, any other decks you think are out of the ordinary?
I mean, Resin Q is still battling, but Resin Q's decks are just beautiful, honestly. Like, just seeing somebody bring that to the major just warms my heart. We got Jungling Bennett Chongyun, so Chongyun Meld. People really like. I feel like people sometimes forget how good Chongyun is in this game, just because he's not that good in the TCG. Sorry, in the regular game, and most cards are roughly as good as they are in the regular game in the TCG, but Chongyun really like outperforms his in-game self quite a lot.
Oh, we have a game. Martin Z versus Pecky.
And the other side is for Resin Q is Mona, Mirror Maiden, Beto. So you know that's gonna be fun no matter
Mirror
what.
Maiden. Come on, we have not seen Mirror Maiden a lot.
But yeah,
Okay,
here we go. Got a new talent card locked and loaded for Pecky Codex. Meanwhile, the Cryo Resonance.
the both signature characters, Martin Z versus Pecky, Ayaka versus Sino. The matchup.
Seems like Pecky's actually starting on the Xingqiu this time around. Oh no, never mind. I got it the wrong way mixed up. Yeah, just starts on the Ganyu and does the Ganyu thing as expected.
Yes, you did mention before that again this deck does punish decks that need to set up, like the Xingqiu. There's the Xingqiu right there. But it is Ayaka. Ayaka can sometimes just straight up do Ayaka things, just gambler, using that normal attack buff without actually needing the Xingqiu burst. So let's see what Pecky can do here. Ganyu has already charged attack once, so not a lot of dice to work with. Uses the rest of the dice to set up, and yeah, just ends the turn. Gets priority for next turn.
Like, I will say, I feel like there might have been a point to have Martin start on Chongyun and apply pressure with the Cryo Resonance card very early on instead of setting up on Xingqiu immediately. I know, like, Xingqiu is setting up Xingqiu is essentially the the game plan against like almost every matchup, but I feel like in this one in particular, you might be better off to just get Ganyu out of the way very quickly.
I have to remind everyone that both of these decks aren't exactly meta. Well, they are quite strong, but they're not exactly what we usually see. So maybe both players are unfamiliar with their opponent's deck.
Ayaka Freeze is definitely at least a tier 2 deck. If not like a tier 1.5 deck. So I think Ayaka is like something you see quite often. But Pecky's deck is definitely much more of a rogue contender. Even though I've seen Pecky do like crazy shit with it, so not entirely sure why Pecky is not using the talent card here though. Has already charge shot once, so I feel like it might have been good to get the 3 damage out this time. Maybe he wants to surprise Martin with it again, because Kami is still not even close to going down right now.
Let's get off the 2 charge attacks though, so 6 health on all of Martin Z's characters. But the Rain Cutters are here. Now it's time for either Chongyun or Ayaka to do their thing.
Yeah, slash that Rain. As we do see the burst come out as well. The burst is going to do like 3 damage across the board as well in the end phase. Like, sorry, 1 per, but 3 in total. So at that point, Ganyu, I don't know, like, if Ganyu charge shots next turn with the talent card, everyone's gonna be on 1 HP. If he charge shot with the talent card this turn, they would have been like eliminated next turn. I'm still not sure why the talent card didn't come out.
Yeah, but the fact that you have enough dice to get 2 Ganyu charge attacks is already really putting Ganyu in a really good position here. And we haven't even seen Sino doing his thing. So Ganyu's already soloing 3 characters at once here. Pretty much.
Yeah. Like, again, if you're not punishing this Ganyu, she will just obliterate you. It is just what happens. As we now see the talent card come out, everyone's going to be at 1 HP, which also means that the burst actually just ends the game in the end phase unless, you know, Martin Z can do something about it. The only thing you can really do is put down the Lotus Crisp and have 1 person survive, or somehow finish this game this turn.
Yeah, I don't think that's very likely. And then, yeah, Pecky should just chill. Doesn't need to do anything here. Let the Ganyu burst just finish everyone off. And I think Martin Z realizes that, but yeah, he's trying to just straight up take down the Ganyu here with the Gambler, giving him 3 dice for this turn. I don't think that would be enough, but it does buy some time.
Yeah.
With the normal
he's
attack.
going to be able to normal attack 1 more time, which is going to deal a huge amount of damage. He now has to use the Lotus Crisp on probably the Ayaka. Oh, procs the parametric transformer. Wait a second.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Wait. Can he do it?
Can we... The Cry Resonance is 1...
That's 1 extra dice.
So this is going to do the Rain Source on Sino. Puts him down to 8. Is that enough?
Is that enough? Is that a sweep? Oh my god, it's enough! Wow, I didn't even see it! Wow!
Let's go! Oh,
I'm sorry, Martin Z, for doubting you. Holy!
Never doubt Chongyun. Never underestimate Chongyun. What the?
You just mentioned about people underestimating Chongyun because he's not that great in the main game. Well, look at him now. Fantastic showing from Martin Z there, looking at the angle that everyone is at 1 HP. If I was him, I didn't see the angle there. I'd probably just FF, just surrender there. But he does see the angle. Takes down 3 characters in the same round with the Gambler. Shows how powerful Gambler actually is.
Yeah,
And the second has already bursted. So yeah,
had the parametric, had the gamblers, had the minty meat rolls. Like, I've not seen this sort of OTK in a long time, because, like, you know, it's ever since like Yoimiya, OTK has kind of fallen in the background. But we've seen this before.
yep. In an Changyun. Wow. Oh, what a game! Congrats to Martha Z winning the first game. But sadly, he won't be able to use that deck again.
Yeah, we'll now be able to switch over to Cleemona Vapor Rays. Which, I mean, I'll be honest, not sure if... Oh, I'm just looking at Martin, sorry. Is going to switch over to the Overload, which is not a great matchup for... Pecky can stay on it. Yeah, so Martin is going to have to switch over to Cleemona Vaporize, which... Cleemona Vaporize is a decent matchup into the Pecky deck, as, you know, like Mona turn to takedowns are pretty common. Also, Pyro Agent being able to take people down turn 1 even, like getting an FTK down. So, it's going to be tough for Pecky in future.
Yeah, Mona... Oh, wait, Clee Vaporize versus the Sino deck. I guess Ganyu is under threat.
Very
I don't know.
early on.
Yeah. I don't know how much Ganyu can do before the Clee Vaporize deck can just straight up take her down.
Yeah. Let me quickly check if Martin is playing Northern Smoked. At the very least, is playing obviously the Pyro Resonance, which is sort of the enabler for the turn 1 takedowns of the Pyro Agent.
Yeah, that's usually the main reason why you run double Pyro in the first place, right? Unexpected one-shot potential from any character with a single Vaporize or a single Melt.
Also playing Lisu, which might come in handy here as well. So it'll be tough to break through that with the Pecky deck. But if he can, then we're going to see Overload versus Vaporize, which is honestly a pretty even matchup, especially like when we consider this Vaporize variant, like Cleemona Fatui Agent, you know, doesn't really care that much about the overloads.
Yeah, I would see that. Mona has that passive of being able to fast swap, so doesn't affect the deck that much. But I guess we'll have to see. Both Clee decks are double Pyro, so you know, potential of one shot is always there. I guess our players are still in the process of picking their decks to start their second game, sorry.
Yeah, it might take a bit. I don't really want to start like a big topic. Like, I want to talk at some point. I want to talk to you about the new cards, but at the same time, like, we're probably gonna have 20 seconds until the game. So I think
we don't have enough.
It's a bit of a big topic to start off right now.
Yeah. Oh, I have to mention. I think we're going to talk about it in the future. When I believe we're going to have a podcast coming up soon, talking about the new cards. So do tune in on that. On again, Discord.gg/Invokation.
Yeah, should be. Podcast should be tomorrow. Probably on the KQM channel, if I had to guess.
Yes.
Which is going to be at 12 Central European time, which means it's in roughly 20 hours for anybody.
Yes, we will talk about the what you know what happens this throughout 3.4. It's been a very interesting patch for GITCG specifically. Wrapping up all of the majors, what's going on in all of the regions, and we will talk about the new cards. Pretty spicy. I'm a Kokomi fan myself, so pretty exciting to see Kokomi getting into TCG and seeing the abilities. I think Animal Control just got a replacement for Mona, just saying.
I'm not entirely sure about that though. Mona's like really good at like essentially you sit on Mona and then like your opponent switches to something and then you switch from Mona to like whoever you want out of the two and then switch them to whatever you want them to switch to.
Yeah, you basically have control on what your opponent's going to use with that with Mona. But come on, Kokomi.
Like that's the thing. Like I was sitting with some people in chat yesterday, and we were thinking about like what can you do with Kokomi, and it's like every time we thought about like a deck that Kokomi could be good. It's like yeah, but you could play something else, and it would be better. We've seen some like one of the variants that look kind of interesting is like Kokomi Shungling variants.
Oh, I have not seen that.
I think that could be fun.
Well,
we are in game.
Yes, we are in game, and it seems like we Martin Z with the Clee Vaporize deck, and it seems that Pecky is sticking with his signature Sino deck.
Yeah, I mean it is probably his most comfortable deck, and also at the same time, what do we call? At the same time, it means like you getting it out of the way. Like you need to win with this deck eventually, either way. So just being like, okay, let's get this done now. Let's not dally around with the other matchup and then come back to this. Let's just decide now if I can do it, and if I can do it, we'll keep moving, and if not, the tournament is done.
Yeah, just get the Sino matchup out of the way. Ganyu starting off strong with that charge attack. Usual Ganyu stuff. We are seeing double Pyro dice here for Martin Z. Potentially some explosive turns coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think
definitely is capable of doing some one-shots with the Pyro Agent with that.
Oh, has that Lotus Crest protecting that Ganyu for one more turn. I do like this play. You kind of want to... I mean, Ganyu is always under threat of being one-shot by either Pyro characters with the Vaporize, so protecting her early on is pretty valuable.
Yeah, Pecky just ended round, and Martin has enough dice to switch and use 2 attacks. So I don't think I don't think Ganyu is going to survive this round. If Martin is like if that is Martin's game plan here, I think Martin's thinking about it.
Yeah,
if that's worth it to use that many resources right now. But in my opinion, it is probably just the correct play.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Yep.
Okay.
Wait.
Question: can Klee do it? What do you think here? Okay, so that's 3 damage. And we're going to see the normal attack here.
Wait,
which does 2. Yeah, that's not quite enough.
And then switches
takes the
back.
free switch back. So he's not going to go the route of taking out this Ganyu turn 1.
That does keep her pretty low, threatening her down to 2 health. Now it's up to Pecky to decide, is keeping this Ganyu alive worth it, or just do one charge?
The way I know Pecky is not.
Yeah. Ganyu, I think he's just going to sack the Ganyu. I mean, he's done
just do
quite
one
a lot
more charge
already.
shot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dice fixing in hand as well, so should be pretty easy to get some more cryo dice on board.
Not a single cryo
I
dice.
said
Wow.
it is going to be easy to get some more cryo dice on board. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Caster curse. That's what.
You cast the curse then. Yep. Another card attack from Ganyu, taking everyone down to 6 health.
Yeah. Like by this point, Ganyu's already done enough, and there's still a possibility. Okay, actually, wait. Quick switch of the thing. So Ganyu is going to go down here. And at that point, the question is, like, how quickly can you set up Xingqiu? And, you know, how quickly can you get Sino in play to get Stone down? The problem with this strategy sometimes is just turn 1, you're a lot more safe on Xingqiu. Whereas, like, if you try to set up an ult now on Xingqiu, it's, you know, it's a lot more risky, especially into a vaporized deck.
You see that Klee already has her ultimate ready to go. And yeah, pretty much Martin Z already set up quite a lot here. This Xingqiu isn't long for this world, I believe.
Did not have Liu Su either or something, so... Oh, that's just Star Sign, though. That should be enough to burst here. And at that point, Xingqiu's kind of done his job as well.
Yeah, ooh, drawing that Gambler here. Maybe, just maybe, Sino can sweep here.
Like, so far, things are going really well for Pecky.
Yeah, not great dice, though. That's Dice of Cringe.
Yeah, has enough hand cards, though, so to just toss. Strategize first. Finds another big Paimon. I can see that being the play for this turn. Just setting up another big Paimon, so you have 12 dice next turn to just essentially, you know, massacre whatever is in front of you.
Rain Cutter out, and now it's Sino's time to shine. Maybe you can just... Yeah, Xingqiu can still live for another attack here, I believe. See, leave it to me. Which is back to the Mona. Set up the Phantom. Trying to potentially... Oh! Using the Gambler on Mona and the Pyro Resonance. Just going to straight up destroy Xingqiu with Mona.
I mean, let's be real. This is the last time you're going to be able to use Gamblers to begin with. So why not? At the same time, though, that also means you're trading 2 dice for 2 dice, kind of.
I mean, crucially, that does keep the Klee ultimate still on for one more attack. So it's not it's pretty dangerous for it's dangerous territory for Sino here. And considering the dice,
yeah, I think he's sort of considering either, you know, does he want to normal attack or does he want to like check out a bunch of stuff to get a skill out or something. Yeah, Strategize plus Northern Smoke can also get you like extra cards while at the same time being able to still get the attack out. It's just going to use the Gamblers here though and set out 1 Leben dice.
2 dice. Uses a Pyro dice and Leben, setting up for next turn. It'll be a really big turn for Martin Z with 12 dice. Oh,
Yeah, it's a bit late for both of those.
Yikes.
Like, Pecky is definitely. I feel like Pecky got everything he wanted out of this game, and it's still like he's still in a relatively precarious situation right now. Has the Gambler's up though, so there's a possibility he can just, maul through this right now.
It, I believe that guarantees Sino to.
Yeah, during Goba, let's him
And
take out the Mona, which procs the Gamblers.
I'm not sure if that's enough because that does proc the Klee ultimate. Klee burst.
Yeah, which gets him down to 7.
God,
There's no
damage.
burst available on either. Okay, he's not going to take the during Goba. I'm pretty sure it just wants to keep the food slot for the hash browns.
Just in case if Martin Z has something up his sleeve. Does have the I haven't lost yet though.
Yeah, what I haven't lost yet has the Adeptus Temptation as well.
And 12 dice, so Martin Z
Yeah,
just
I feel
has,
like you just
has a lot of resources to play with here.
I feel like you do just kind of set up the Mirage here and let Mona be taken down. I'm just gonna take the free switch here.
Wait. Oh yeah.
It's not enough to take down the Sino, but it is definitely getting him very close to going down.
Yeah. This does I believe this prevents Sino from triggering the gamblers though. As far as Martin Z knows.
Like if he uses during Goba right now, the Sino is about to go down. That takes out the Mona.
Oh yeah, it does take down the Mona. That is 3 dice back.
The next attack is going to take down Martin Z either way because the electrification is enough. The question is, can Martin use the I haven't lost yet? Is that enough? That should be enough, right?
That should
Especially
be
with
enough,
the especially with the Adeptus Temptation, it is enough. And that's going to be the game for Martin Z. Game, set, and match. Martin Z moving on to the semifinals.
Martin Z, congratulations on moving on to the semifinals. I guess Ayaka is a better waifu than Sino, sadly. Well, congrats to our Ayaka enjoyer. But good showing from Pecky. He played his decks quite well. His signature deck, he piloted very well, I think, even though, well, it's a very simple strategy, it does work, but in this particular case, Martin Z is the one going to move on to the semifinals. But now, overall, great match. Ayaka came on top, but
Yeah,
and now we will take a short break, and while we do that, here is a short word from our sponsors. So, if you need a bathroom break, go ahead and take it now.
Watch our ad.
Oh yeah,
And then
watch
go
our
to the
ad.
bathroom.
Sorry, yeah.
This tournament is sponsored by Paimon's Bargain. We all know the Primo Gems are way too expensive, but sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get that 5-star. That's where Paimon's Bargains comes in to save you your pity and your wallet. By using different prices from other countries, you can get more bang for your buck when making purchases in Genshin. Let's take my region for example. The largest Primo pack costs 100 USD, and we all know that sometimes not even the largest pack will cut it after losing the 50-50. But by using Paimon's Bargains, that $100 drops to 85. Not only are you saving money, but it also helps you when making consecutive purchases. No need to break the bank on those Primo Gems. Join the Discord server for more information and to place your order through the services today.
And we're back with the semi-finals. We're going to come back with Elrodiman versus Carano. On the other side, it's going to be Kevin Z versus Martin Z fighting for the finals. Are you hyped?
Um, Based on the bracket, it seems like it's as expected. We don't see I guess, any upsets. Well, Pecky
Yeah.
versus Martin Z was very exciting, but in the end, Martin Z took the dub there. So the top four players, the top four seeds, are in the top four.
Mm-hmm.
So proving that they are the best of the best. Now we are looking at, yes, here are your top fours: Kevin Z, El Man, Kirano, and Martin Z. The Z's. And the semifinals would be Kevin Z versus Martin Z and El Man versus Kirano.
Yeah. Kevin Z versus Martin Z is a funny one because they are like it's funny. They have like their names are coordinated. They did like sort of come up with the Z at the end of the name like together. At the same time, they're not like the closest people. Like they know each other, but not that much. Like they're not like the best of like they don't hate each other, but they're not the best friends that hang out all the time. So it is funny that they are just both storming the heavens of the GITCG front.
Yeah, both just agreed. They just use Z in our names, and turns out they are two of the 8 best players in the region as so far as 3.4 is concerned. So now exciting. Sadly, we can't see them in the finals. It would be funny if we get the double Z's in the finals, but hey, that's how
Yeah.
it goes. They're meeting in the semifinals anyway, though. So at least they still get to meet.
And on the other side, we have Alradaman as the second seed and Karano as the third seed. I'm actually like, if I was a betting man, I would actually bet on Karano on this one, just because of the recent form that Karano's had, going 4-1 back to back to back. Whereas Alradaman has won like the first weekly, when going 5-0 there, but then went 4-1, 3-2, 3-2. So based on form, I would say Karano is the favorite.
Yeah, I do see your logic there. Going 4-1 in 3 tournaments in a row is very impressive. And Alrado
Also,
Man, yeah.
they've faced each other twice uh, this patch, and both of those have gone to Carano. So
Oh, interesting. No, so that means this is Alrado Man's vengeance arc then. Can he finally beat Kirano?
yeah, Aranaman also the only person like there was 2 tournaments in which Kevin Z has taken losses. One was the when he came in with the Kenki, which is where he got like the one loss against Elranaman, and then he brought like a bit of an off deck with not Clee Pyration, Terra Shroom, Clee, and Rodea. It's a bit of a weird one. Went 2-3, so that he took a lot of losses there. But the only loss in like a tournament in which he did well was against Elrado, So it's like the silver lining of hope that Kevin Z is not going to just walk over everybody in this tournament is coming in the finals with Colorado, man. At the same time, Kevin Z has already taken 1 loss against Resin Q this tournament.
Oh wow. So yeah, maybe Kevin Z is not in the best of form, but we have to see. I think that just proves more that everyone here in the top 4 are very close in terms of like skill level. So very exciting to see what everyone can do here.
I really want to know which of the 2 Resin Q decks actually took the win. Because it was like Shunling Bennett Chongyun and Mirror Maiden Mona Beidou. So if Beidou took a win against Kevin Z, I want to know that now.
So you're saying Beidou has a win, meanwhile Barbara does not. So that means Beidou is the better character.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's also Shunling that has to win.
It could be Chongyun. We did see the Martin Z Chongyun sweep, so who knows?
Either way, we're entering Karana versus Alrado Man right now. Toronto coming in with the Mirror Maiden Taser deck with token spam Mirror Maiden Taser. It's like I think it's a really interesting deck, and I want to see it do well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we haven't seen that much of summon-oriented decks ever since the Magu Kenki nerfs. Now that we see Rodia and Fischl both, doing the taser thing, and the thing about this deck, I believe it doesn't give you access to Abyssal Summons, so I think that's the
Oh, it
weird
does.
part. Oh, wait, it
It
does?
does.
Wait,
Mirror
Mermaiden's a
Maiden
monster?
is considered a monster.
Really? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Abyssal Summon, it does count then. So, summon-oriented decks without Magu Kenki. We get to see how exciting that is. I'm not sure about the matchups though. So Eldorado Man is bringing the Yoimiya Vaporize, as we see earlier, and the Klee Vaporize. How does that go against Rodia? I am not familiar with this deck at all. I am so sorry. Should have studied up.
Like, it's a weird matchup. Like, essentially, it functions relatively as far as I can tell. To be fair, it functions relatively similar to Gani Superconduct, in which like you're essentially damage racing, but you're spreading the damage across multiple characters. Meanwhile, the vaporized decks are trying to take you down one by one most of the time. So I feel like the deck might be able to outrace, but if a crucial character like Mirror Maiden or Ardea go down very early, it can be really difficult to come back from that. Also, getting double etoed is going to hurt quite a lot for the Ardea deck.
I hope Kirana doesn't have to live through that trauma again of the double Ito. But yeah,
I actually wonder, like, what the chance, like, what the odds are if you like to draw double Ito in a game.
It's a 30 card. It's a 30 card deck. I'm supposed to be able to do the math, but I can't right now. Anyway, official.
You're Asian. You have to do the math.
Yes. Yeah, it's card games, man. Sometimes they just go unga boonga, you know.
I'm just a dumb German kid. I can't do math.
Big number, go boom. That's how Noel. That's how I play Noel anyway.
Alrighty.
We are.
I guess we can talk a bit about the abstract art that Corona is bringing to the table here.
Yeah, what is that?
What do you see? What do you see?
I am seeing. I am not sure, honestly. Is that the thing on top? Is that supposed to be like a skull? A monster?
Yeah, I'm
skull
seeing
with
sort of like
eyes?
a big, like. You see that triangle below the skull? It sort of seems like an arm wrapping around. So it's like a big, like huggable creature that has a skull for a head.
Yeah, kind of like a monster from Ruby or what's that thing from Bleach? The hollow from Bleach or something. That's what it reminds me of.
Hug. It just wants a hug.
Maybe the body is just fur, very thick black fur that's very fluffy. Who knows? Anyway, the players are getting ready to get into the game. I believe we have Eldorado Man versus Kirano. Let's see how they will do. And it's gonna be pretty hype. I do love seeing the Yoimiya representation from Eldorado Man, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
really
like
hit her hard.
Like if Yoimiya makes finals, I'm gonna be so happy. Like Yoimiya definitely like not the same character that she used to be. It's played a lot differently now. Essentially, it's played much more like a carry than she used to.
Yeah, I mean you can't do the usual Yoimiya shenanigans anymore, which is just normal attack twice and then burst. But now that Yoimiya is more of a, I guess, the carry, right? You rely more on Yoimiya to do the normal attacks, and Yoimiya still has value in that. the fact that your elemental skill is just one dice do nothing is in very specific situations is very valuable. And there are still rare cases where the bursts do come up. It's not, I mean, it still happens. It doesn't happen as often as before.
It is sort of your late game plan, yeah. One thing that is a bit interesting to me is he's not playing the talent card for Yoimiya.
Yeah.
So I do think it is a lot more sort of incidental, but we are seeing game 1 being Mermaiden versus Klee Vaporize. I'm interested to see how like the deck plays, because I'm pretty sure, like, if I had to guess, you start off on Rodea, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you just start on Fischl, put down Oz, and then go to Rodea. We'll have to see.
With summon decks, there's a lot of first turns you can do. Anyway, now we have to see El Radoman's redemption arc, his vengeance against Kirano, beating him 2 times.
I will have vengeance.
I will have vengeance. I didn't know El Radoman's last name is Lawrence. You never told me that. Anyway, nice dice. That dice does give Kirano access to the double summon from Rodea here. Not sure if
it might even
they're going to do it.
Yeah, it might even be possible to, like, the 2 plays I'm seeing right now is either go double summon and then leave an end turn, or you can go to the free switch to Fischl, then use Best's Travel Companion and put down Oz as well. Those are like sort of the 2 plays I see possible during this first turn.
Now, double summon, no frog. Sadly.
Free switch. Yeah, he's going to do official play.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think we can relatively safely switch over to Klee here, and then switch back during the end phase. Well, he's going to actually use the Funes Cathedral to get some dice fixing down. So at that point, I'm less inclined to believe he's going over to Klee, because the end phase is going to present 5 damage to whoever's on field at the time.
Library does help bring out the big Paimon. Now, since El Radoman is ending his turn early, that means, Fischl is just going to set up Oz here pretty... Well, it doesn't matter if he does it now or later.
There's going to be 2 Electro Charges during the end phase, and a decent amount of damage onto the Mona. That is already, I think, 10 damage turn 1. So essentially a character's worth of damage has been dealt at this point already by the Rodea deck. And the summons are going to last for a while.
Now we have both players. Perspective.
Yeah,
Kirano does have those 2 Hydro dice here, so expect something pretty big in the following turn, and a Hydro Resonance. But El Radoman choosing to setting up the Gamblers and the Pyro Resonance here.
How much?
It's going to be a lot of damage.
Skill. That's 9.
9, exactly 9.
No Oz for the rest of the game.
Okay, that is huge.
Yeah, one thing we should probably mention is, like, we're having some connection issues with the players streaming right now. They are doing their best. We sort of know how we've experienced our Radoman's internet throughout the weeklies. It's not always the best. We're very happy that he is streaming, but yeah, sometimes it is a bit tough to get quality footage.
Do what's available to you, and well, thank goodness El Radoman can stream here, because he is doing pretty well, taking out that Fischl very early on. Now,
at the same time, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out in the end phase here.
Yeah, while losing access to the Electro applications, well, only Oz being left here.
Okay,
Let's.
Alradaman will have to essentially decide here, because like Mirror Maiden is going to apply a debuff onto somebody that will make these critters on the right side hurt a lot more. Uses the extra Hydro dice here, and is going to apply the debuff to the Pyro Agent. Still has enough. Oh, keeps the dice for Leben. Yeah, that's fair.
And those are not very favorable dice in the first place anyway. So yeah, choosing to use a Leben, save it for next turn, and ending with a priority for next turn. Now,
Radaman is going to avoid the debuff here. Is probably going to switch to Klee after Mona goes down here.
no. Yeah, oh yeah. No, Mona just goes down here. That means Oz is off the field, so no more electro applications for Kirano.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point it's going to have to essentially be the single target damage. It's not... Okay, so Mermaiden has one energy now, and Rodea has two, so the Calx Art is going to be able to enable Rodea's Burst. There's two tokens still on the field, so that's going to hurt a lot, and whoever is going to get hit in the face by that is probably going down.
Even procking there. 10, also 10 dice to work with here for Kirano. Very favorable.
Just leave it to me as well. There's two big bursts available. Radaman in a really tough position now. Has no Hydro Application whatsoever, so can't really just pull 6-7 damage out of his head, out of his hat very quickly. Like, it seems like Klee's going down here.
That would feel really bad, since Elradaman invested quite a lot on Klee already.
Mermaid Burst should be able to... Is that a Lotus Crisp or is that another shield?
That is Lotus Crisp.
Okay, actually 7 damage could be tough. The debuff is applied. I'd actually like to see how much this like.
+1. Mermaiden deals 5. The burst deals 5, I believe.
Yeah, so just one too little.
1 off.
It's going to switch over to Rodea.
I believe Rodea's burst. Let's take Klee down here.
Calxars comes down, and that should be 7 damage. If not even 8.
Yep. 2 summons still on the board.
Yeah, the question right now is, do you also use the Hydro Resonance right now? Decides against it. It is probably going to mean that Rodea goes down pretty quickly, but at that point, Mermaiden should be able to clean up relatively easily.
Yeah, Mermaiden. Still, I mean, both characters are still quite healthy. Yeah, 2 dice left. A few options here. I think you just go Hydro Resonance, no? Just make sure everyone stays out of the Pyro Agent burst range.
Yeah, it's really tough for for Radaman to swing this now, and based on the cards in hand, he can't really do it with those either. So I think Radaman is just going to take down Rodea here, and then hope for the draw next turn.
So at the end turn, that would be 3 damage, I believe?
Well, 3 minus 2 because of the 2 shields.
Oh yeah, the passive.
Actually keeps Rodea alive here to keep the shields up. So that the Pyro Agent takes as little damage as possible. If he draws Adeptus Temptation, no, not Karano, on the other side.
Wrong one. Wrong
I don't
player.
think actually it was going to do that much for Karano's side, but if Alradoman draws it on the other side, we might still be able to swing this. I have to see.
You have to see Elrado Man's hand here. This is still definitely winnable for Elrado Man.
Oh,
that's an
wait.
Adeptus Temptation though.
No, wait, that's Karano, that's Karano's
Oh,
perspective.
never mind.
Yeah, no, Adeptus Temptation. It's going to be able to reapply the shield after Rodea goes down. We're at like 2 take down Rodea. Okay. We're being informed by production that Alrado Man definitely has a decent amount of good dice. And we do know he also has the 1 resonance dice in hand. So it's not going to be due to dice that this game is going in one direction. This is tough though. The Hydro Resonance essentially means that you will not be able to take down Rodea just while reapplying stealth.
Yes, sir. Either have to commit that burst or just normal attack. And someone's a bird.
Yeah, Bird not really the best summon right now.
Yeah.
Because it only does 1 damage, and the extra duration isn't really going to come into play anymore at this point. So there's the reapplication of the shields. Does have burst ready.
So Elrado Man can guarantee take down at least 1 character. But investing on keeping Rodea alive. Tuning for the Hydro and just normal attacks, dealing as much damage as possible here with the dice given, since, let's be honest, Kirana's dice wasn't really the best there.
As the normal attack finally takes out Rodea, which is over. Mirror Maiden is on 8 HP. Here comes the Paradise. That should be... Elemental Skill, reapplies Stealth, gets the Mirror Maiden down to 7. He's essentially, again, just hoping for the draw of the Adeptus Temptation.
Yeah, that would be lethal if Elrado Man does draw the Adeptus Temptation here. Ooh, not great draws from Kirano. There is a Mushroom Pizza. Does that change anything?
I mean, it's good for Kirano, but I'm not sure if it's like the crucial thing. I mean, it does, give you 1 extra health, so it kind of gets him out of the lethal range.
Let's see if Elrado Man can turn this around. Is that what I think it is? Oh wait, no, that's Kirano's hand. Never mind.
Yeah, hand up.
Oh, he did draw the Gamblers and Elrado Man's draws unlucky.
Yeah, they're not going to help him. And Mirror Maiden is on 9 HP now. There's the big Paimon. I think that's pretty much a concede.
Yeah.
Slowly whittling it down, but Kirano is taking the lead in this series with Mirror Maiden Taser.
And that should be game. Kirano taking game 1. Well, I think your predictions are right, Kirano. Taking now the first game here. I guess you're not very surprised about it, I believe.
Not entirely. At the same time, though, you never know with these sort of new brews. Not to say that this Mirror Maiden deck is completely new territory. We saw it in Asia already, but at the same time, it is sort of a deck that has sort of emerged this week. So you kind of don't know how all the matchups really play out.
Yeah, considering in the weeklies we keep seeing the Ganyus, the Klees, so I wouldn't be surprised if this players are not that familiar with this matchup. But congratulations to Kirano taking the game 1 here. But that means Kurano is going to have to use the classic Ganyu freeze deck. And
Not
let's see
quite
if
the
it
classic
rivals-
Ganyu freeze.
Yeah.
Considering he is using Cryo Resonance with
Oh,
Chongyun.
sorry. Oh yeah, it is not a classic Ganyu freeze. It's just the Chongyun potential carry. Would it be wrong if I call it the Chongyun carry freeze deck?
It's a dual carry setup, I would say.
Yeah, I think Chongyun can definitely sweep there.
Yeah. Essentially, it allows you to go a bit more aggressive on Ganyu, not have to worry that much about like keeping your Ganyu alive. You're essentially just trying to get as much out of Ganyu as possible, and then sweep with Chongyun. It is interesting. Ting, who won NA yesterday, was on the interview, and he essentially said that like he brought this Ganyu freeze variant as well, and he essentially said he was inspired a bit by Pecky's deck, essentially using Chongyun instead of Sino to sweep in the end.
I see.
At the same time, as far as I know, this version of the deck does start on Xingqiu and sets up Xingqiu for Ganyu, and then sort of goes sacrifice Ganyu, go as hard as possible with it. Never mind.
We are seeing El
The Ganyu
Ragaman
first.
play Mia deck though.
Mm-hmm. Ranaman switching it up. Probably just wants to sort of mental reset here. Get a win on the board with another deck, and then come back to your original. Starting on Yoimiya here as well. Both of them starting on carries rather than on Xingqiu. Oh, he has Lisu. Never mind. Okay.
Oh my god.
So he's going to switch on to. He's going to switch on to Xingqiu with
Get
Lisu.
that.
Yeah.
That free one energy setting up
Yeah,
quite easily. Oh, on the other side though.
Yeah, Lisu also
Same
down.
thing.
Does he have the free switch? He does not have a free switch, so he can't actually switch to Xingqiu and still get his 2 stacks. Might just set up the parametric transformer this turn.
Yeah, after attacking, he's left with 2 dice, which is kind of awkward, but yeah, parametric is there. So most likely that's the play here.
I'm not sure if it's really that worth it to set up Yoimi elemental skill this turn, considering he could have, burst ready for next turn at the start of the turn.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. Oh yeah, just parametric. But option to go to elemental skill instead. And yep, that's the burst going down. First turn.
Yeah, Ranaman still needs some time at the start of next turn. Did put down the parametric transformer. There's still a decent amount of stuff able to be done next turn. The parametric essentially ensures that Yoimiya can, normal attack to her heart's content, and with the elemental skill already down. That should be a decent bit. Should be like 2 normal attacks at the very least. You can do at the end of the turn. What I do like about this is sort of it means you switch to Yoimiya later, which means you take more damage on Xingqiu, less damage on Yoimiya, and give Yoimiya more time sort of when there is when there's no threat left.
Yeah, but it is Ganyu with that charge attack. That does deal AoE. Maybe I don't think Yoimiya is going to be that healthy by the time she is going to carry.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's going to hit the field this turn. I think you're also trying to sort of avoid the freeze, in which case, yeah, I kind of like this from Kurano. Just, stall it out a bit. Quick switch now onto Yoimiya. Kurano, essentially, this means that Kurano will be able to freeze To freeze your Emiya? Oh.
Oh.
How much?
Seven.
Yo!
Oh, I did not expect that.
Does this mean though that there's like the free switch now onto Ganyu, which means you can. Well, actually, you kind of can't shot here. I thought about it for a second and then I saw the dice and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, no, that's not gonna happen.
Sure.
But we
They
might
were
see
in the
the. Yeah, I feel like you just kind of need to normal attack here as much as it hurts. That's probably your best play.
Yeah, maybe setting up the Ganyu burst.
Yeah.
That's still a possibility.
Kind of dice of cringe here. We'll get a bunch of cards though from the both the two Chang and the Ninths here.
Yes, wasting the Singchu burst on a Ganyu normal attack. Normal attack, not charge attack. It does feel quite bad, but 4 draws coming in.
Does Alrana Man?
Late.
Okay.
Yeah. Bit late for the Paimon, honestly, but Leavin is there as an option. Yeah.
Interesting. Alrana Man just straight up not using the rest of his dice. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Like, it does give him the quick turn end, but essentially he's trading one priority for another priority while giving up dice.
Okay, I haven't lost yet drawn here. Potential that is used. Oh my god, what is this? Dice! Kirano. Not doing too well on the dice department. Oh!
Oof.
He does have a lot of cards in hand to tune, but
Yeah, they don't have that many dice fixers. That's tough. I'm pretty sure Corano plays dice fixers.
oh, Pyro Resonance coming in from El Man.
How much?
Will this be
Show me.
enough?
Show me how much.
8 damage. That's 8 damage, right? Oh, 7.
Oh, one off.
1 off.
Oh, never mind. There's
I forgot about
the rain
thing.
source. Well, can we see the Chongyun sweep again? We do not have the minty meat rolls, but we do have a northern smoke. We have
We have a
Wolf's Greystone.
yeah. We have a Gamblers. It happened
Look at the-
once. It may happen again.
At the very least, Yoimiya is going to go down before she can burst at this point.
Yes. Does have the I haven't lost yet too, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be activated here.
He might wait just a second to essentially project that he doesn't have it, because like he's not close to bursting here, and he also still has like more than enough dice to do stuff, so he can just pretend he doesn't have what it haven't lost yet. Here comes the Wolf's Greystone though.
That does fit the Wolf Greystone threshold here of 6 health. With the Gambler, tunes, I believe it's just going to tune
Yeah,
one card.
that's
and
enough.
Deals exactly 6 damage to Yoimiya, triggering the Gambler. Oh, I think Karan is counting. Maybe Chongyun can sweep after all.
Like at the very least,
That's
this is going to be a
6.
huge turn.
Yeah. That's 6. Gets 2 dice.
Arataman does have the Adventurous bandana in hand.
Oh, switches to Singcho. Interesting.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Yeah. That I was thinking too. If you
I
switch
think.
to Benedetta-
Oh, I think Toronto thinks. Sorry, I think Arataman has fallen for the bait and thinks there is no. I haven't lost yet. Because Oh no, he has. Okay, sorry, he had.
Lotus Crisp.
Yeah, he had Lotus
Right,
Crisp. I kind of forgot about that.
is not happening now. And I don't think Chongyun is going to.
Well, Chongyun is still in a good position to
Yeah.
do stuff.
Yeah, Chongyun is
This is
going
the
to
Atmos yet. Wait, is it enough with? No, okay.
They're just setting up for next turn. Gets the priority here
Get,
though.
yeah, gets the Leben, gets the Paimon, has prior resonance for next turn. I don't think Chongyun is down and out yet. We still have a Lotus Crisp. Eldorado Man is not blessed with a lot of cards right now. I do think Chongyun is still like on track right now.
Yeah. Wolf
Not with those
Gravestone,
dice though.
Gambler. hey, you have Lieben and Paimon
Yeah.
and Cryo Dice and Cryo Resonance. I think this is possible. I think this is just straight up
Yeah.
sweep.
Also, normal attacks are still like yeah. I forget how well Chongyun does with normal attacks. So yeah, this is good. This is enough. I'm pretty sure Chongyun can make this. There's no Pyro Resonance on the Eldorado Man's side, so there's no way to just do 6 damage here. I think for safety you should probably Lotus Crisp here, just so Pyro Resonance doesn't just take you out.
Yeah, Karana has to think about it, right?
Yeah.
Just to be safe. That is.
Yeah,
a
he's
lot
gonna
of
Lotus
damage.
Crisp here.
Yeah, Lotus Crisp. Just in case.
As if they heard us, but they can't hear us because we're 5 minutes delayed.
Yeah.
And the burst is ready. There's 2 Cryo Resonance stacks, right?
I'm not.
Like you can just
sure.
play 2 Cryo Resonance, right?
Is that how it works? I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure either, but I think you can do that. Let's see here.
Well, let's find
Cryo
out
Resonance.
then. A lot of men ending.
Never mind. One is enough. Either way, GG's. Chongyun
And
sweep.
bye goes Bennett. The Chongyun sweep happening for the second time on broadcast.
Damn.
I'm starting to see a pattern here, Louise.
Yeah. Like this is what I do like Chongyun in the Ganyu deck, especially in the current meta, because you can kind of like you unlock like this huge damage burst and Cryo Resonance with it, so you can kind of play like fight fire with fire. You can fight the Pyro Resonance deck with Cryo Resonance, and sort of go one shot for one shot. You know?
Yeah. I guess most people don't remember that Cryo Resonance actually gives +2 damage. That's a lot. You know, people think
It also
about,
means I didn't even realize this means that Karano moves on to the finals. I thought we were 1-on-1, but no, that Karano Man moves on to the final.
Yes, Karano is 2-0. Congratulations. Also, this means Eldorado Man cannot get his vengeance arc. Sadly, he has to settle for 3rd, 4th, but it's okay. There's always next time. I was actually rooting for Eldorado Man, kinda, but you know, sad to see him go. But semifinals is already quite an achievement.
Yeah,
but again,
for sure.
congrats to Karano
Yeah.
getting the Chongyun sweep. Will we see a third? Okay, Mike. Will we see a 3rd Chongyun sweep this tournament?
Well, I
It
mean,
is.
we have Martin Z versus Kevin Z coming up. If Martin Z can do the Chongyun sweep on Kevin, I'm down for that. Also, that means that we might see Chongyun versus Chongyun in the finals.
Yeah, so we just have to. We might see which Chongyun is going to sweep first.
I'm happy.
Yes. So as you predicted, you did root for Karano to. You did predict Karano going pretty far to the finals, and look at him.
Yeah, Karano just on fire.
Yes. With
I'll
the-
blaze.
With the Electro Summons deck as well. So I would also touch on a little bit of that, of the Chongyun point a little bit, because when you see a freeze deck, you expect Ganyu just dealing a lot of AoE and then just a little bit option to stall there, use freeze. But with the Chongyun, it does give you access to that sweep, especially with that Wolf Gravestone we seen coming in clutch in that previous game specifically. So yeah, what do you think about the Chongyun variant of this freeze deck?
As I said, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like I've said enough about it.
Yeah, I guess you did.
I've gushed enough about the Chongyuns of this world.
We've simped for Chongyun enough this broadcast, but hey, it's not without reason. We did see two Chongyun sweeps. Now,
as we see Alrada Man taken out, our second seed eliminated. Kevin's still sitting there, waiting to be taken down or not. Yeah, Martin versus Kevin is sort of a classic matchup. I'm actually gonna check. I'm pretty sure they've taken games off of each other. Yeah, Martin has taken a game of Kevin, and Kevin has taken. I don't know. They've only played once throughout the patch, and that match went to Martin. At the same time, I will say that was in the week that Kevin wasn't doing that well, so we'll have to see. Like Kevin, if we're saying that Corano's on form, Kevin won the two most recent weeklies. Kevin is on form.
Yes, Kevin has done has gotten 5-0s in 2 weeklies in a row. So he's on fire is an understatement. He is popping off in the weeklies. Our resident Quagsire enjoyer here.
Yeah. Coming in with the Mirror Maiden deck as well. Really seems like EU's kind of taken a liking to it, as well as the Overload deck that sort of popped up last week, partially like really brought into focus by Ting and Kevin Z winning their weeklies with it. Ting yesterday won the NA Major, so can Kevin follow suit with the Overload deck in EU?
Okay. So bracket is updated. Now we have Corano getting to the finals. Exciting finals. I think either way, if Kevin Z or Martin Z, whoever goes into the finals, is going to be pretty exciting. I mean, come on, Martin Z needs that Hu Tao funds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you already got like what, $15 for that Genesis crystals, man. That's like what?
He made semis for that.
10 roll?
Can make it to 30 if he makes finals.
So, yeah. What else is? So we are still waiting for the players to finish up their game. Kevin Z versus Martin Z. So while we're here, what's
no, we're gonna watch that.
We're going to watch that soon. Sorry.
Yeah, like we've held them up for a bit. There's hopefully setting up as we speak.
So it is, I believe, game 2.
No, we're starting game 1. We held the entire matchup.
Oh wow! Okay. Oh, while we're waiting for them to set up.
We might see the Overload versus Vaporize matchup. I actually think it is somewhat interesting to see like what brings more to the table. The GITCG with like the huge amount of burst damage and like sort of the Overload as a reaction, or Mona giving like a lot of flexibility and potentially the Omen later on. One thing that I'm kind of sad about, though, is we're not seeing Kevin bring his supposedly favorite card, the Terror Shroom.
Yes, I would have loved seeing the Monster Mash special from Kevin Z. But,
yeah,
it is a very...
Like, I've seen some people, like, experiment with, like, sort of Terrace Room Yoimiya Burgeon thing shenanigans.
I mean, I guess one of the popular builds of Terraform we see is the Quicken with double Dendro, I believe.
Mm,
That's also getting is on the rise. I'm not sure how popular it is after the new patch, but we
yeah,
will see. I'm interested
like
though. Terraform is always underrated, man.
I've heard people say like Quicken is just sort of the worst. Um, like just kind of can't keep up in terms of damage with the best decks. Kind of plays like worse than Overload in a lot of ways. So it is somewhat tough to make Quicken work right now on the highest level at the very least. But I want to see people try, and I want to hopefully maybe even see some buffs back to Quicken because I think they were kind of overnerfed.
I mean, yeah, Hoyo did hurt Quicken decks quite a lot, and considering there's only 2 Dendro characters in the game right now, I really wish they added a third, at least, if they want to make Dendro work, considering how powerful Dendro reactions are in this game. I mean, we see Quicken getting a lot of success early on before the... actually, early on when GITCG was released, actually.
Yeah.
And now, we basically don't see a lot of Cole anymore. And
Yeah.
when we do,
The
it's...
the double whammy, you know.
Yeah. Sad. And now we are in the game. Martin Z versus Kevin Z. The double Z's. And the
Freeze
signature Mark
versus
Ayaka.
versus the Mermaiden deck. I feel like the Mermaiden deck is not that susceptible to being frozen because most of the damage comes from the tokens. So we're gonna have to see that. Like, if you set up Xingqiu like turn 1, that means you can't really get the freezes down like fast enough to stop Rodea from just setting up. But we will have to see. Maybe Kevin dies of cringe.
The first turn would be crucial here for both players.
Yeah. Kevin does have the bestest travel companion though, so that should be definitely doable.
Good dice fixing, especially if you're trying to set up the Rodia double summon turn 1. If he is
I was thinking
going
about keeping or leaving the healing. Is leaving the healing on the board. Gets the Hydro dice, that's really good.
Oh, Martin Z here leading with the Chongyun.
Yeah, picked up a Lisu,
Rodia.
so he's probably just gonna switch to Xingqiu from there.
Yeah, trying to set up Xingqiu as fast as possible here. Oh.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's tough dice.
Oh,
That's tough dice.
Lucky. Well, you did say dice of cringe early on.
I did say that correctly, right? I'm not tripping.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all Electro dice, yeah.
that's
So
all
you're gonna have to use Paimon's Paimon Travel Companion. You might, honestly, I think you might want to use the Resonance dice here. Then toss probably the Lieben. And at that point, you can, with the Electro dice, set up Fischl.
Yeah, you can use the Rodia single summon and then set up Fischl as well.
Okay. Only goes with a single summon, that's fair. At that point, you might actually set up for... yeah, actually, if you go to Fischl here... Wait, no, you need 1 dice for the switch, so you can't. I was thinking maybe you can set up Lieben with the Resonance dice, but it's not quite enough if you want to switch to Fischl and use Oz. So it's probably just going to set up Oz and then set up Lieben either way to pick up the 1 dice that is left at that point.
Yeah. Oh, opting in to set up the Paimon and use the burst for next turn.
Oh wow. Kevin also foregoing the official. Probably is going to set up the Oz right now, or like after Martin has done his turn. Martin is going to burst here on open, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Here come the rain swords.
Yeah, you pretty much set up the Oz here.
Gets the electro charge from that as well.
But the rain sword is active for Martin Z. And
Yeah.
I almost slipped up like Kevin Z, Martin Z.
It should be a. You might Kevin might need to switch style a bit just to not have Rodea frozen. I'm pretty sure he wants to go over to Rodea this turn and set up the double summon. There's the Lotus Crisp and the switch to Chongyun. I think we might see. So it seems like he wants to keep the Pyro Dice. Actually, no, he does not. Okay.
Pretty sure the
So maybe thinking about setting up only one extra summon.
Oh, he just opts in for double.
Means the Lieben is not going to proc this turn, but it's fine. Parametric Transformer coming down from Martin, who's going to end turn right there. There's got to be a lot of damage on Chongyun though. Actually, wait, with the Resonance Dice, it is enough to set up Lieben, and I think that might actually be worth it. Yeah, Kevin agrees.
So we'll have a very nice turn for next turn.
That means 12 dice. We'll be able to probably do a lot on the Mirror Maiden, if I had to guess. Keeping some Electro Dice.
Still in a very close game state here. The summons.
This is going to be a crucial turn. Everybody has like so many dice.
Oh, 12 dice, all of them. Oh, look at those omnis, man. And double? I haven't lost yet. We did mention it before. But the chances of it happening, well, here it is.
I feel like you might actually want to stall on Rodea here, just set up another summon, and hope that Martin actually takes out the Rodea, use the double I haven't lost yet, and take out the Chongyun with it.
Yeah. Still pretty hard to take down the Rodea here, considering it still has the
No, the
frog.
Rain Source should be able to deal like quite a lot.
Wait. So, oh,
Here comes the Gambler.
yeah, it's just going to take down Rodea here. Just freeze.
The problem is right now Kevin can't really stall anymore on Rodea, so he's either like he's forced to switch here. He could, if one thing he could do, if he's willing to give up 2 dice for it, he could leave it to me, switch
And
to
then
another
switch back-
character, and then
yeah,
switch
yeah.
back to Rodea.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Like, if he switches right now, just straight up, he's going to just get the Chongyun burst to the face, and I don't think that's what he wants to like see right now.
Is switching Lotus Crisp and then switching worth it? I guess he doesn't want to do that.
Just switches.
This is a lot of damage to the Mirror Maiden here.
Yeah, I think you normal attack here to get the freeze down. And then, the burst is ready.
I used to have 3.
There's still 11 dice on the side of Kevin.
Yeah, if it's 11 dice and all of the characters are frozen, it'll feel so bad, man.
Yeah, he kind of has to switch stall this out. The problem is, like, he might just lose 2 characters if he does so. Like, I think he kind of has to switch back to Rodea here. Let Rodea go down, and then get the free switch into Fischl and use the Fischl burst to take down. I'm pretty sure that should be enough, right?
Yeah,
Fischl burst does.
Just straight up switch into Fischl, protecting the Fischl, and then just setting up Oz.
Huh.
I don't know about this one.
I kindly
I
disagree.
I like the sacking Rodea there, because that does trigger the parametric.
I guess he's trying to keep the Rodea best alive to maybe take down Ayaka in the end.
Yeah, so
This is
Kevin
not 10
just
damage.
accepts,
This is 5.
yeah, just accepts that he's just not going to use these 5 Omnis.
Yeah. Damn, that's tough though.
Yeah.
And Martin still has 3 dice, so Fischl is probably going to go down. Okay, it's actually going to take the switch to Mirror Maiden. We'll have to have an explosive start to next turn, and it's possible that he can get that done.
Most likely just
But
switches
this
to Mirror
turn
Maiden.
was huge for Martin.
Most likely Mirror Maiden will stay alive. So next turn, when one of the character goes down, double. I haven't lost yet. Can maybe turn things around. With 3 dice, Martin's is thinking, do you just deal with this Mirror Maiden now or set up for next turn?
He doesn't really have like much. Like he does have Northern Smoke, so he can just strategize here if he wants to. See what he draws. Pick up Minty Mead rolls. Could be good for next turn. Gets a free switch as well. He might he could free switch into Ayaka. Or even Synchro.
Oh, no,
Okay.
just
Goes for the Synchro.
Synchro.
Interesting. Might set up for a second burst because he's very close to running out of burst. Kevin just has to end turn here. Really has nothing left to do. So Synchro is going to go down at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
There's the
Yep.
Electro Charge.
Yeah.
There's one more hit coming out as well. Yep. Applies Hydro to Chongyun. Kevin is going to be able to start off the turn. So Chongyun will go down here. I don't really think you can. I mean, maybe you can afford to, because Chongyun's E is down now, so he can't freeze anything right now, unless he does the quick switch into Ayaka.
And that is possible with Leave It to Me in hand. But
Okay.
yeah.
Just takes the takedown onto Chongyun, and now Ayaka will have to sweep. I feel like that's a lot harder considering There isn't a haven't lost yet, and 2 characters with like huge damage bursts on the other side.
Yeah, look at
There
those
is a Lotus
energies.
Crisp though.
Yeah. So yeah, just choosing to go to Minty Rolls and
Okay.
try to deal as much damage as possible. This does freeze. That is the last charge of the Sainto burst.
Yeah,
And
I feel like you want to switch off right now.
I think you just switch off to a character, let it go down,
Probably Facial if I
and
had to
then
guess, because
yeah.
Facial does less damage on burst than Rodea does. Oh, okay. Finally, he does the strategy. He does the quick switch onto Facial, and I think we might actually see the switch back onto the Rodea. Sorry, the Mirror Maiden.
Oh no, just is it just? Wait,
Oh,
is
sets
this?
up the right.
Right.
There's no freeze available.
Yeah,
Can
this also makes
and
sense.
Ayaka can't do 5 damage without Rain Swords.
Yeah. Without Cryo, I guess.
So I think
Kevin's
this
being more-
the official's just gonna end the game here. Like Midnight Phantasmagoria should be enough to take out the Ayaka here. I don't think Ayaka can do 5 damage here. There's the big Paimon. Yeah, Martin is just conceding.
Even yeah,
Oh wait, no, right.
even-
There's no
yeah.
dice. There's no dice. I'm stupid.
yeah. Yeah, this just sets up for next turn. I don't think I can do anything here at this point. Even with
Yeah.
Cryo Resonance, it's.
You're on 1
I mean, it would have been
HP.
5 damage, but then again, there's that 2 I haven't lost yet in hand, so
Yeah.
definitely can do something on the crackback here. So
Kind
yeah, I
of
think
delaying the inevitable here.
yeah,
On,
I think that's
on
pretty much
Martin's
game.
side. This Mirror Maiden Rodea deck is actually proving like really powerful.
Okay. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Bye bye goes Ayaka. And that is game 1 going to which Z?
The Kevin.
The Kevin.
The Kevin of the House Z. Alrighty. Honestly, a bit of a dominant showing here from Kevin. Round 1.
That is
Played relatively cautiously, I have to say, though, at times.
yeah, it's a very good showing there from Kevin Z. We see the I guess the Electro how would I say it's the Electro Summon spam deck really doing work.
It's
We've seen
like
it once
it's
already
like
with
Monster
Mirage.
Mash Taser, Mirror Maiden. I guess Monster Mash Taser is probably the correct words.
Yeah, it's like it's trying to just stack as much summon as possible and let them do the work. So I guess it's
Yeah.
good.
Kevin
It's a
will
good
move
match.
on to the Overload deck now, which is the deck he won the last weekly with, and I think the deck that has been in the winning lineup for both NA and Asia, as far as I remember. Actually, no, it isn't. Actually, is it? I think, Asia it wasn't, because it was Klee, Vape, and Noel who won Asia.
Right. Yeah, we get to see an overload deck finally. I mean, we did get to. Did we get to see the Klee? The Klee overload? No, Pecky used Sino both times, I believe, right?
Well, no, it can't. Pecky can't be Sana both times, and it was. Yeah, it was Klee Overload, the second one.
Yeah. So
Pecky sadly losing with that.
we get to see an overload deck with this time with catching Pyro Agent and Bennett.
Yeah.
And
We'll see if Martin Z decides to switch here. Has the Klee Vaporized deck in the back, so
you don't think Martin Z is gonna switch? I think he'll just stick to Ayaka I think he believes in.
Yeah, it is his comfort deck. At the same time, like if sometimes when you lose, you just want to like change as much as possible, just to like get the loss out of your head.
That is a possibility. So, I believe our players are ready to start the next game. So we'll just wait for a little bit on that. And yeah, we're going to see the Overlord deck from Kevin Z. Now, it is 1-0 so far. Let's see if Martin Z can pick up the pace and reverse sweep. It is still
Yeah.
possible, I think.
Let me quickly have a look at Martin's second deck as we are jumping in.
Oh,
Sorry, Kevin's
actually,
second deck.
it is not the Ayaka deck.
Yeah, Martin's switching it up. Kevin is playing Grand Expectation, but is not playing Aquila Favonia and only one Lucky Dog. So it's very much not a Bennett deck. Is mostly focusing on sort of the combo aspect of it. Getting the sort of explosive damage out and then finishing stuff off with hopefully a catching burst. Does not really see Bennett as sort of the backup carry.
Yeah, relying on the Kaching mostly. I mean, Kaching deals a lot of damage here.
Yeah, it's not playing, as far as I can tell, it's not playing Kalksart.
It's playing
So,
one Calic card, I believe.
I don't think Kevin is.
Oh, wait.
It is interesting to see what cards came in and out of favor. I've not seen a single Tubby engine in a while now. I think it's mostly because the Overload deck added another deck to the deck pool that is essentially built around one shots. The Tubby engine essentially allowed you a lot of healing, and the problem sort of with that is there's no healing 10 damage at the same time.
Yes. I guess it is a pretty slow engine because you have to commit to, and if you don't draw Tubby early on, it does feel
pretty
bad.
expensive.
Yeah, every deck is too fast for Tubby to be effective. Speaking of fast, our players here are moving very fast. Getting that one.
Getting their setups
Damage.
down.
The dual Paimon on Martin Z's hand is interesting. Can't use it necessarily. Yeah, quick swap.
Free, quick switch.
And just just go into normal attack and then Paimon, I believe.
Yeah, keeps the Cryodice for it. And yeah, it seems like both players are gonna finish the turn with Paimons.
With Kevin Z trying to take priority for next turn. Both players with Paimon up. Interesting. Not a lot of action going on in turn 1, but definitely going to be a lot more action turn 2.
Yeah. Stealth is taken down from the Pyro Agent. We're gonna see if if Kevin is going to reapply or even switch away from the Pyro Agent. Sometimes my tongue is not,
I thought
listening to my commands.
German is harder.
Yeah, but I mean, first of all, sometimes it doesn't in German either.
Okay, I guess that does make sense.
But also, just because it's so one thing is harder doesn't mean a different thing can't be difficult for different reasons.
That is true. That is true. I get it. No, both players taking time to roll their dice here. Not seems like he's not opting to switch away from the fire agent, just reapplying the shield and the passive, I believe.
Burst is now ready. I think Martin will have to consider if he wants to stick around, because Adeptus Temptation is a card that exists in the TCG.
It's threatening. You also have, especially in a deck like this, you have to always keep it in mind.
Yeah. At the same time, 9 damage I don't think is really in the cards. Especially remember, Fatui Burst does 4 plus 2 from...
It's 5, right?
let me
3
check
versus
this.
5.
Opportunity Burst is 5 plus 1 from Stealth plus 2 from Adeptus gets them up to 8.
Yes. Pretty close. Oh,
It's
opts
actually
in for
going
the
to-
Aquila of Avonia. On to the
Hey.
catching.
Huh?
What? He runs
Uh,
one copy of Aquila of Avonia.
Am I on the wrong deck? Because the one I saw, it did not run Aquila. Oh yeah, okay. I was just straight up on like I'm pretty sure I was in. I was accidentally on his weekly winning overall
Oh.
deck. So yeah, he has Aquila Favonia and he has Kalksart. Yeah, never mind. I think that's where the confusion came from.
Right, catching. Doing a lot of work here. Getting that lightning stiletto.
Yeah.
Pretty
Because he
important.
has Kalksart and there is Hydroplite and he has Pyro Resonance. You would have to toss a card for it though.
Yeah,
Wait, never mind. Hydro's applied to the
that is
Fatui
Pyro.
agent, not the. My mental capacities are going down as we speak.
well, with it's what the 4th game today. You know, I'm not surprised.
Fourth
Come on,
match.
keep your mental strong, Louise.
Yeah.
We still have a grand finals, and we have to be hyped for that too.
We'll get it done. We'll get it done. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I guess what Martin Z is looking for here is just maybe setting up the Mona, trying to apply the Hydro, and setting up for the potential big burst coming. Oh, wait, Calyx Art onto the Mona and using the burst for Mona here. Interesting. Definitely
Yeah,
did
that's
not.
a lot. That's a
Yeah.
lot. It's sadly just about is not enough, even with the Pyro Resonance. So he's just got to use the Omen here. Sort of threatens everyone essentially.
Yeah, so Kevin Z in a tough spot here. Probably has to sack one character.
Wait,
Question
it would
is
have been
which.
enough. Because the
Plus-
Pyro Resonance applies before the Killer Favonia. It would have been enough.
It's +3 and then. Wait, is that how it works?
Yeah,
Oh,
it
wow,
applies
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah,
initial
yeah,
hit. It applies to the initial hit.
Right.
Like maybe he just didn't. Like he just doesn't want to take out the the Kaching right now. But if it was just like looking at the preview, seeing like I'm 1 damage off, that's a tough one. Oh,
I'm not sure if that's what he's going for here.
yeah. Well, we're gonna see the switch off right now. It seems like Kaching is. I don't think Kaching is gonna survive until being able to burst here.
Yep, that is Omen still active.
Yeah, it's going to have to use the
So
Omen here though. Just take down a 4 HP target. Is not really what you're looking for all the time.
yeah, it's not exactly worth it. But if you keep this Kaching alive long enough, she will burst. So threat is always there. So
Mm. Yeah. Fatui Agent is in big trouble though. As soon as the switch off comes because there is Pyro Resonance on the other side.
Right? Just
I think Martin
uses-
might even be sleeping on it because, well, Pyro Resonance wasn't used there, and if it's not used there, why would it be used anytime else, right?
That is true.
Sorry, anyway.
Mm,
So yeah, you can.
oh yeah, double. I haven't lost yet.
Yeah,
It's
should be
available
using
here.
one of them.
Setting
Plus
up
Pyro
Ben-
Resonance, plus Bennett Burst should be enough.
Actually, would Bennett Bennett elemental skill be enough? It would be 3 plus 3 plus through the agent passive.
You'd have to deal 8
I don't-
damage.
I don't think you use the. I haven't
That's
lost it
enough.
here. Yeah.
The question. I feel like
That was-
you still would want to burst, maybe, but at the same time, like you are on 10 HP, so maybe it is just better to not burst right now and keep that for next
you're
turn.
losing the full value of the burst here, and since you still have the 2 Calyx Arts, you can just Bennett. Wait, you can't Bennett burst. Never mind. That's 3 dice.
Yeah, also it's 3.
Wait, no, you can. You can quick swap with. I haven't lost yet, and the free swap to agent.
Yeah.
And then
You could also I haven't
burst,
lost yet.
and then double. I haven't lost yet. That's also a play. Okay, Dumpty.
Yeah, can take the free swap. Yeah, takes the free swap
Yeah.
here. The quick swap as well. Goes
Yes,
over to the
that's what I
agent.
was looking for.
He has Adeptus Temptation. So he uses both
Oh,
I haven't lost yet,
wow.
and uses Adeptus Temptation on top.
Really?
And that is going to take out the Klee, and that pretty much wraps the game.
Yeah. That was the play.
Wow! Let's go.
Yes. Oh, he saw the play too.
And that, well, that should probably mark
should be it.
Kevin's
I don't-
entrance to the finals here.
I don't think Mona can do much here, so
Like sitting on the lone Mona is sort of like the worst, the horror scenario of like what the vaporized deck is looking at sometimes. Martin Z is going first. I'm not sure what his hand is, but I don't think it really lets him play on here.
yeah, Mona isn't long
Yeah.
for this world. Lotus Crisp, trying to stay alive as much as possible. Chunking 0 damage through the Pyro Agent passive, but I don't think that's enough, buddy. You could just
Going to
Bennett all
take the one hit. One thing I'd actually like to see is him switching over to the Bennett, using Adeptus, and then finishing it off with the Bennett burst.
for the finishing blow with a Bennett. With a Boken
Okay.
da Boken. And then
Come
now
on, show some humor. No, he's not switching. He's not switching.
He's just straight up going to finish. With...
Actually, he can. Yeah, with the Fatui agent burst,
Yep.
and well, there goes our feet.
Well, I mean,
We know what it's going. We know what's happening. Okay.
okay, maybe our producer is trying to censor it because it's too brutal for Twitch. Mona gets demolished like that. Anyway, 2-0.
I feel like it was actually just him tabbing out to open his screenshot program.
Oh yeah, that could probably hit. But I like my version better of censoring the Mona getting demolished. But yeah, congratulations for Kevin Z, 2-0 in the semifinals. Moving on into the finals, facing off against Kirano in the grand finals. Quite an exciting grand finals, honestly. Both Kirano and Kevin Z having really good records in both weeklies and in this tournament overall. I believe Kirano went 2-0 against Elrado Man, Kevin Z went 2-0 against Martin Z, so they both win in a pretty dominating fashion. Let's see how they will go in this grand final for the grand prize of $50, which is a lot, you know.
This means that like Kirano is still on track to 6-0 this tournament. Kevin has sadly lost one game to Resin Q in round one. I'm still hoping that we're going to see a 3-game finals because, you know, just for the epic factor.
Yes, we all want to see 3-game finals. We get to see Kevin Z bringing. Actually, no, we get to see Kirano bringing that. Wait, both actually. Now that I think about it, both player has the taser summon. Deck.
Yeah.
That's pretty
You
interesting mirror
check.
going on there.
Taser mirror, and then we have Ganyu Freeze with Chongyun versus the Overload deck on the other side.
Yes, as much as I want to see the 3-game grand finals, would be also pretty interesting to see that taser mirror match. Anyway, since the grand finals is coming up soon, we are going to take a short break before the grand final starts. So,
Yeah,
but
we might even have an ad. I'm not sure.
yes, we might even have an ad.
Probably we'll have an ad.
Yes, but don't go anywhere. Grand finals is coming soon. It's going to be an exciting grand finals, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Get your popcorn.
This tournament is sponsored by Paimon's Bargain. We all know the Primo Gems are way too expensive, but sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get that 5-star. That's where Paimon's Bargains comes in to save you your pity and your wallet. By using different prices from other countries, you can get more bang for your buck when making purchases in Genshin. Let's take my region for example. The largest Primo pack costs 100 USD, and we all know that sometimes not even the largest pack will cut it after losing the 50-50. But by using Paimon's Bargains, that $100 drops to 85. Not only are you saving money, but it also helps you when making consecutive purchases. No need to break the bank on those Primo Gems. Join the Discord server for more information and to place your order through the services today.
And we are back, preparing for the grand finals between Kevin Z and Carano in this 3.4 Europe Major. Pretty exciting match. We've seen both players coming so far in this tournament, not without
Yeah.
difficulties. Well, Carano did go 2-0 in both of their matches, and Kevin Z, while losing one game to Resin Q, other than that, he pretty much breezed through the whole tournament. He did go 2-0 against the other Z. So, yeah, pretty exciting grand finals.
Yeah, these two are like even before the tournament. I feel like these two were like the hottest, like the players on the biggest hot streak coming into this. So I kind of expected this to be the finals, but actually seeing it come to fruition was really exciting and like showed why they're supposed to be here.
Yes, I believe that this tournament is supposed to be where the best of the best in the region, in this community comes in, and I'm pretty sure they proved that they are the best of the best, but there can only be one winner. So before we get into the game, let's talk about the players for a little bit. We have Kevin Z and Carano. So which one are we going to talk about first? I believe we should.
We'll see in a second. One thing that I'm kind of happy about Kevin Z, with with the eggs on the greatest extent possible. Yeah, I feel like we've sort of discussed most things about Kevin at this point, but yeah, one thing I will say is like Kevin always on top of the latest sort of developments in the community. Picked up the Overload deck when it came up. Won the weekly. Picks up the Mirror Maiden deck that just now came up, and walks to the finals of the EU Major.
Yeah, I believe Kevin C is also has, I mean, historically been pretty good at the game ever since the beginning. So, you know, he's always been one of the greatest players we have in Europe, at least. I don't know about the entire world. We have yet to see that. I hope we can have like a major that, you know, every region competes, but that would be hard. But for now, Kevin Z, really famous in this
I mean,
community.
I will promise nothing, just to be clear, but I would like to at some point just kind of get two accounts on the same server and let people log into that, so that we can have like at least sort of the top 3 or top 6 play against each other. Again, nothing is planned, nothing is even been discussed about that, but I'd just like to get that done at some point.
Yeah, that would be exciting. And speaking of exciting, we have Carano here, as I guess you would say Kevin Z is more favored in this matchup. So Carano really has to prove themselves that they are, you know, they are worthy of being the champion. You did mention before that Carano has not won a single match against Kevin Z in a weekly tournament yet, though.
I'm not entirely sure about 3.3, but in 3.4 it has not happened. Yeah.
Yes, so Kevin Z is. This is like the David versus Goliath story. Carano has really good records. It's been really consistent throughout the weeklies throughout 3.4. Kevin Z has a very dominating week 4 and week 5. Did fall off a little bit on the second week, but I believe he was like experimenting with stuff. So take that record with a grain of salt. So yeah, Kevin Z is definitely the player to beat here. But we do like a little an underdog story. So let's see if Carano can beat Kevin Z.
Oh, my heart is ready for a Carano championship, but honestly, my heart has space for Kevin as well. As we do have the full deck lists for the finals here. Yeah, bringing the Aquila on the side of Kevin in the Overload deck. I'm gonna see if there's anything like very interesting.
We are both running the Taser deck, but it seems the list is pretty different. Now that I think about
No,
it.
I think it's just in different order actually.
Oh yeah, never
I've
mind.
not seen cards actually that one runs that the other doesn't. I've
There's a
seen
send
2
off.
months at Hash Browns and one on the side of Karan and one on the side of Kevin Z. So that's a difference.
Yeah, the one send off is interesting. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah.
say. And then for the other decks, the Overload deck, there's there again. There's the one Quill of Avonia, the one Calyx Arts, and the side of the Ganyu Chongyun Singcho deck. It is
Yeah. If I'm
a
reading this
more
correctly, that's only one undivided heart. That is interesting to me.
yes, that I believe that is just one undivided heart. Maybe focusing more on the Chongyun sweep, but that is just one Wolf Gravestone also. So maybe it's like
Yeah,
trying to
maybe
get
that
the
is
best
the
of
sort of the
both worlds.
concession. You cut one undivided heart for one Wolf's Gravestone and sort of like go both like either direction.
All right, and it seems like the game is starting soon, so let's just get right onto it. Kirano versus Kevin Z, the grand finals.
Also, just quickly, there's 8 Paimons, 8 big Paimons in the finals.
Oh my
Everybody
god.
wants to ramp.
Okay, so the first matchup would be the Overlord versus the Taser, the Kirano's Taser to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how this matchup goes. I was kind of half expecting it'll be the Summon Taser mirror match, you know, with Mirror Maiden and Mirror. Get it?
With a bit of luck, we're going to see that.
But if Kirano wins this, that means we will not see the mirror match then. But let's see how these players go against each other.
Kirano gets to go first. Does not like his starting hand, it seems like.
Oh, full mulligan, and Lieben is a good start.
Lieben is good. Toss up is very good in the freeze deck. Actually, no, freeze deck is not played right now. It's the taser deck. It's still good though for the Redea. You need the 5 dice.
Yeah, making sure you get that double summon on the first turn is really strong. I just realized Kevin Z doesn't have full skins.
Yeah.
Why?
Is coming into like I'm not sure. Like you're familiar with Faker, right?
Yes. Oh yes. He doesn't run. He doesn't even use his own skins.
Yeah, like Faker, as far as I know, has like ran skins like 3 times in his career. 2 times by accident, and once when they were playing all of their skins in 2014 All Stars to beat Fnatic.
Right. Right. So you're saying that Kevin Z is the faker of our community of Genshin GITCG? Is that what you're saying?
Like it is the thing. Like sometimes the best players care the least about like standing out, and the most about just like the pure gameplay of it.
Well, that is true. But then again, the Fire Agent does have the skin, so maybe he's just very biased towards the Fatuis. Anyway, Kirano opting
27th
in.
Harbinger of the Fatui, Kevin Z.
Anyway, so the Rodea opting in for the single summon here. Not great dice, as you can see, 4 different colors.
Yeah, but he has Lieben, so.
Yeah, Lieben does. Thank God he rolled that. They rolled that Lieben on the mulligan.
I presume
Doing
he's going to switch over to the facial and then just end the turn with Lieben. Meanwhile, on Kevin's side, I think you just apply Electro and then sort of switch over.
That's the Liusu dropping in. Let's see who Kevin Z gives it to. Okay, just setting up the Bennett. Makes sense. I like this play. Yes. Quill of Avonia is also an option. Are both players
can
going
use
to
2 Electro dice for it.
No.
Oh.
I don't think that's intentional.
Yeah, that's That's tough.
That's definitely a misplay.
He's going to have to tune here.
Okay. That sucks.
That's rough. That's rough.
Unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Mm.
Maybe that.
Pressure is at 100% right now. So
Yes, it is the grand final. So yeah, maybe it was a misclick. Who knows? Maybe they were lagging. We were kind of see the broadcast is kind of lagging a little bit. So
yeah.
maybe there's
Or
internet
maybe
issue.
for 1 second you didn't think about it, which, like, sometimes the auto selection just kind of screws you over.
Yeah, something you have to really pay attention to that. These kinds of stuff. But yeah, unlucky. But in the end, the Lieben does still proc. So
Yeah.
let's
Draws
just
2
do
cards
that.
in the end, either way. Is now a bit down one Cheng in the ninth, but that's pretty much it. As we are going to see the big summons coming out from Rodea, it seems like.
10 dice is a lot, so double summon is available.
Mm-hmm.
With
I didn't even realize that Carano hadn't switched to the official at the end of the last turn, so just stop it out on Rodea. And yeah, we do get honestly 2 of the better summons here, I would say.
yeah, those are the only summons that are available.
Isn't there one more? Maybe I'm just.
No,
yeah,
there's
I
only
guess I'm
3.
just- There's only 3? Okay.
What are you saying, man? Okay, it's been. Not only are the players are tired, the casters are also pretty tired. Turns out. Don't let that distract you from the fact that this is still the grand finals. Should be exciting. Bennett opting in to just to elemental skill here, getting
If I
that
can
energy.
destroy the excitement built over an entire season, I'm I'm a bit more powerful than I think I am.
Please don't. Wait, switching into the official, setting up the Oz. 3 summons, the 3 Rodea summons plus an Oz is pretty strong. Getting to basically heal that electro charge. But the Bennett burst is here, and since Bennett is still at 9 health, and actually pretty much every one of Kivivency's characters are still pretty healthy, it's going to deal that bonus damage. Let's see if that matters at all.
Same time doesn't get a heal right now, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming across during the end phase here.
Yes, 2 damage.
Setting up that early Kill of Avonia, though, honestly a really good decision, considering that this Taser deck really does like a cross-board damage, and I'm going to be curious as to what the plan is to deal with Bennett in the late game. I presume the idea is the Rodea burst, but it is difficult.
Yeah, you need a lot of setup here, and considering it is an overload deck, which can disrupt the setups this deck is trying to do, it's going to be pretty difficult, but still possible. So, yeah, Bennett is still pretty set up. Bennett can just do Bennett things at this point.
Carano dipping deep into his time pool here.
Oh, it is the grand finals. You need as much time as you need to think about these decisions. Just use that one last dice for the mushroom pizza. Now Kevin Z is looking pretty good. Bennett taking a lot of damage, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But
Turn it
if we're
down
looking
to
at,
1 HP.
still has the Aquila of Avonia, still has the Bennett burst. But it is a taser deck. 1 health is dangerous territory against this kind of deck. Even if you switch out, Bennett can still.
I feel like the
taken
better
down.
decision is probably to stick on, get the Bennett burst healing, and let's not have extra healing though. So it's tough.
Yeah, that's only
I think you might actually need to sack it. Just
are
really
you
sad.
committing Quill of Avonia on him. That would heal to 3, and then I believe Mirror Maiden Elemental skill deals 3. Yeah, that's exactly lethal for Bennett. Yeah. Force to sack it now.
Yeah, I would give him the free switch to Kuching.
I'm not sure what you do here as Kevin Z.
It does take the switch to Kuching, which means we're not going to see Bennett go down in a position where you could use I haven't lost the edge, which I feel like it might have been better to just let Bennett go down here and you know, let Kaching pick up the extra energy from the I haven't lost yet as well, which means which would have meant you could probably burst this turn.
That is also
Switch
an off
to Visual.
quick swap into Visual with. Actually, no, just swap to Visual. Oh, just.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good, yeah. Quick swaps back into Bennett, gets the healing. Now, Bennett is out of lethal range from Fischl alone, I believe.
Mm-hmm. There's no other fast swap on the side of Karano, so they might. I feel like you just set Bennett back down to 1 or 2 health, and then because there is no other healing on Kevin's side. Now Karano might not know that, but at the same time, how Kevin has played it so far makes it pretty obvious that there's no excess healing on his side. Switch to Rodea.
Pretty sure he's just going to set up more summons here. And maybe set up for Rodea Burst next turn. But this means Bennett can just heal again. If Kevin Z opts into it.
Isn't it a 1 per turn?
Is it a once per turn? Actually.
Let me check that. Breaking Field.
No, it is.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's straight up every time. Still, though, Bennett is if you set up 2 summons, Bennett is going to go down at the end of the turn, regardless. As we do toss up come out here.
Just to try to guarantee.
Yeah, there's the extra Omni dice. That's already enough. And there's another
extra Hydro.
Yeah, I mean, if toss up is your best attune target either way, might as well use it, even if it is unlikely to get you even if you don't need more than 1 dice in the correct color, you know.
It's much better than just tuning it, because most likely you'll get something right. Statistically. Anyway, elemental skill going on. Double summon. Now, this means that I believe Bennett, even with the Electro Charge, doesn't go down. This also means that both Fischl and Rodea has Pyro on them. Oh, opts in for the normal attack. So
yeah, gets the Chang of the Ninth, the proc.
Yes.
The Harbor Wharf coming down on Kirano's side, and that's end of this turn. So Kirano has so there's going to be 6 damage onto Kuching at the end of this turn.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage, and Rodea can
7.
Rodea can just burst next turn, which is why I think it was weird that he normal attacked instead of just elemental skill, force out the switch with the overload. I'm not sure.
Yeah, at this point you just normal attacking to take out the Kuching at the start of the turn, and I don't really see how there's going to be, I think it was like 9 damage, 7 damage. I don't even think you can do 7 damage onto Rodea without a reaction.
That is true. Also, Dice of Training for Carano. Not looking too well. Doesn't have much dice fixing, but does have the double I haven't lost yet. Which is pretty considering what Kirano says about double E-Toad. In their player card. Weird that you keep getting double E-Toad, so... Let's see what...
I mean, it's also their favorite card, so...
Yeah. Sometimes your favorite card to play with is your least favorite card to play against. Now, Kevin C.
So the question right now is you can't really take out the official straight up. Sorry, the Kaching straight up. So Karana's opting to play slow. Is going over to the official. Is going to reset up Oz here. Does have the leave it to me. So if Kaching waits right now to burst, which there's no real way to set up the burst right now, you can quick swap back and take her out maybe. Actually, no, we can't. You can't quick swap to the Mirror Maiden. I think Mirror Maiden has a. Does Mirror Maiden have a 3 damage ability?
Mirror Maiden's
the skill does 3. Yeah, okay.
Feels exactly 3. So Kevin Z is definitely on the back foot here.
Seems like he's using the leave it to me over to the Bennett. At that point, Fischl can correct on this, right? Yeah, Fischl's normal attack does 2 damage, so that is the possibility to take out Ben. At the same time, though, you kind of don't want to do it because at that point you're opening up the possibility for I haven't lost yet on Kaching, who can then immediately burst. So you probably just set up Oz and then try to have Bennett be taken out at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bennett is not long for this world, but yeah.
Okay, the strat doesn't take the leave it to me here.
Right, just... Okay, so Toronto can just take down Kaching here outright.
At that point, though, you do get the I haven't lost yet on Bennett and can heal Bennett back up. There's also a Lotus Flower Crisp, so at that point Kevin Z is in a really good position to set up Bennett as sort of the juggernaut for the late game.
Right.
Here comes the takedown onto Kaching, though. Has to prevent the burst pretty much. Steal up Harmonia procs. Is the Iron haven't lost yet? Was there a... No, there was no... At the very least, there's no Lucky Dog, so... Bennett is not able to take over the game like completely at that point.
Bennett can survive for a long time here, at least. Oh, it seems like... Oh, it's lagging a bit there, but seems fine now.
Yeah. Switch back over to Fischl. It seems to me like...
He's gonna set up Oz. Oh, that is a lot of damage just from the summons alone. Can Bennett survive? That is one.
With a lot of Flower Crisp, it's probably... Actually, wait, is it even? Because like that prevents 1 damage, and then there's still 6 damage left. Never mind. It doesn't.
It is lethal. It is lethal. So one.
Yeah.
That triggers the
Lotus
electro
Flower
charge.
Crisp was not safe.
The frog hits.
There isn't even a Lotus Flower Crisp. Did he use it just now?
Yeah, did he use it and then it got the Oz.
And then the Oz came down. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Oz procced it. Yeah. I just opts in to switch.
Sometimes you look above for 1 second to see how many lucky dogs Kevin is running, and you're missing the Lotus Flower Crisp.
Oof. What a tense game.
Yeah.
That is the finals. Okay, not in a
I
great
forget if it was Binsu or Corano who was referencing chess in their player card, but honestly, like, you know, whoever it was, they were correct.
I believe that was Binzu that referenced the chess thing. But oh, Hirano's dice is not looking great though.
Yeah, there's enough cards though to just tune off everything you need to tune off.
Yeah.
As we will see the takedown by the
Bennett
Hattori
has
agent.
Bennett has to do some miracles here.
I'm not sure if I agree with not using the gamblers here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, why
I
didn't
guess it
you
would
use
just. I mean, I guess it would just be trading 2 dice for 2 dice. Wait, no. Gamblers is 1 dice, so yeah.
Yeah, one for two. That's like one extra, and it's not like Bennett's going to use it anyway. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess Evans is just putting all of his resources on Bennett here.
Yeah, Lotus Flower Crisp comes down.
Okay, now this is Bennett's time to shine. Boken da Boken, as they say, as he say. Sorry. Maybe Bennett doesn't need an adventure team. He himself is already OP. That's why he has no friends. Look at him. He shines the best when
That's why
everyone else is
he's
down.
already too broken. That's why he doesn't have friends. Damn. Tough.
You know, Bennett excels when everyone else is down. Bennett does bring misfortune.
Ain't easy being Bennett.
Okay, so tough spot still. Bennett is still pretty healthy.
Yeah, here we see the Elemental Silk come out from the Mirror Maiden, which will add 1 extra damage to a potential Rodea burst. The problem is, Rodea doesn't really want to burst right now without any
Summons.
Yeah.
Okay, Gambler's finally equipped on Bennett.
There's a lot of good cards for last turn turnaround.
Yes.
Um,
Oh. Big
how
turn.
much?
Trying to. Oh,
9!
wait. That's
It's
just
enough!
lethal. Wait, that's just lethal. Wow, Kevin Z did not see that coming.
Held back the I haven't lost yet to the very end.
Oh,
When there
wow.
was not going to be any reaction anymore. And then just whips it out. And yeah,
Well,
bless
for someone
Kevin Z out of existence.
for someone that is very scared of the Ito card. It turns out Karano is very prominent at using that Ito card itself. So, first game going to Karano and the Taser deck. So, sadly, we won't be able to see the Taser mirror.
Taser mirror. It's not happening.
I feel like
But we're gonna see Freeze versus whatever's coming next.
Yeah, I mean, Freeze is usually... I'm not sure if it's favored against both of Kevin Z's deck. Let's just see. Feels like Kevin Z didn't play as clean as I thought he would. Maybe he's nervous. I'm not sure, but this is the time for him. What?
One of those decks is Alrado Man's deck, the Yoimiya deck, and the other one I think is Martin Z's Ayaka Freeze. If I had to guess.
I don't remember Kevin Z bringing Ayamiya. Wait a minute. I believe it's the other Z that brought Ayaka.
Yeah.
That's the wrong Z.
Either way, Kevin, Kevin can stick on to Overload. Could bring out the Taser deck as well. Meanwhile, Karano is forced to switch over to that Backer Freeze plus Chongyun deck. So
Oh, sorry, it's
the Cryo Resonance
Ganyu.
deck.
Sorry, it's Ganyu.
Ganyu,
Freeze.
yes, Ganyu. Ganyu Freeze plus Chongyun. And that one is correctly shown here. So let's take a look. There is one send off, which is probably going to be like pretty invaluable against the Taser deck.
I mean, usually the logic is you would bring one send off for maybe the Ganyu burst against like Ganyu freeze decks, but in this particular matchup, where both players having the Taser deck, it would be pretty. The value is pretty high here. Let's see
Yeah.
how both players.
You might want to actually use it on Oz in that case, considering like taking down one of Rodea's summons might not be that much, but taking out the entire possibility of electro charging might be more of the thing.
Yes, that the value would be really high just to take down Oz. So, congrats to Karano taking the first game, and the first game off Kevin C in the entire season, if I have to add.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see if Kevin C can come back from this. Well, it's not a perfect. Well, Kevin C didn't have the perfect record throughout this tournament particularly, but he did win 2-1 in his first match. So let's see if it can bring it back. But Chrono's still looking really strong right now. So it could be anyone's game still. There's no like a clear better player yet in my eyes.
Yeah. Either way, Pietrolos is really happy seeing this much Mirror Maiden. We can probably surmise.
Shout out to him. Seeing a lot of Mirror Maidens in the finals. Anyway, we are seeing Kevin Z's version of the Taser, which is, I think it's probably the same. And against the Ganyu Chongyun Sing Cho deck from Kirano.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that. I forget which of the two, but one of them is running one more Mondstadt hash browns. So.
Okay. Anyways, looking at the starting hand, that's. Oh wait, he's just going to. Is Kirano just going to mulligan everything here? Because. Oh wow.
Yep.
Just mulligans everything.
Seems like Kirano likes doing that.
Because I believe Kirano only runs one Ganyu talent and one Wolf Gravestone, so getting both one-ofs in your starting hand is, pretty lucky, but besides that, not enough dice fixing. Kirano needs more.
Need more dice fixing. Also, like, if you run the dual carry setup, especially into this type of matchup where you're not really likely to stick on one carry for too long, it is probably just better to just get your game plan going rather than specifically trying to make one carry stick.
Yeah, but I guess in this deck in particular, Kiranos has. I don't think Singcho is under a lot of threat to be taken down, so I think Singcho has has some leeway to set up the burst here.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this is match point for Kirano.
Yes, 1-0. So Kevin Z, a lot of pressure onto him. Let's see if it gets to him. It did. He did make a slight misplay early on in game 1. So let's see if he can mental reset.
I feel like you don't really. Yeah, he's considering using the extra dice.
Just for the double summon.
Yeah, I feel like the double summon is the better play, but it seems like he's a bit hesitant. Probably wants to. How's it called? Probably just wants to put down Oz as well in the same turn.
Yeah. Paimon and Leo Wharf is also an option here. Oh, yep.
Yeah, it seems like he's going for Worth and Lieben.
Oh, yeah, and Lieben. That's also an option.
relatively, you know, passive turn for Kevin Z in this first turn. But it's not like Karano is applying that much pressure with the Synchro either, so it really doesn't matter too much. It's going to be able to pick up 2 dice onto their own Leben. But
Ready to burst here, Synchro. Let's see if it'll be enough to sweep this summon heavy deck. See, dice looking good for Tirano. Looking not that good for Kevin Z. Still, okay, that's much better. Okay, double Paimon in hand. I'm not sure if any of them is going to be used anytime soon. Yep, just the burst here. Just get it out of the way, out of the gate.
the burst good start off. We're gonna see Oz come down as well here. Both players pretty much getting the setup they were looking for.
It's both players
Chang of the
doing
Ninth proccing here, bringing another Chang of the Ninth.
both players doing pretty much what their deck is supposed to do. Not enough dice for a Ganyu charge attack, so probably just going to switch to Changyu? Or maybe set up a Paimon. He does have a... It does have a Cryo dice, so we can just switch Ganyu... Oh no, never mind, he's just going to just set up the Dwarf and the Paimon. Singchu,
Yes.
pretty much already done. Oh wait, he's just going to use the Cryo dice to switch. Oh no, he's just
No,
going
to get the extra Leben dice.
Right. Yeah, just
Big turn next turn. Has now set up the Signature Burst and probably going to be able to charge attack twice next turn.
yes, with the Singcho burst, it's going to be a huge turn. Singcho probably pretty much already done his job. Let's see. That's 6 dice, quite a lot. Just searches the Rodea. Has the options to do the double summon here. Yep, just going to do it. Pretty good setup too. So it's going to deal Hydro, Electro, and then Hydro again. So very favorable here. And wait.
Signature is going to go down here.
No,
Gives the free switch. Oh wait.
No.
I don't really understand when the frog attacks and when the frog doesn't attack.
The frog attacks when the shield goes down to 0.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay, this is going to be a huge turn for Kirano. 4 card draw, 12 dice. Setting up for that double Ganyu charge attack. With the quick swap, with the Bestest Companion for the dice switching, just in case. I see a lot of green there on the dice pool of Kirano. Plus the Cryo Resonance also available.
Both gonna have to play a decent amount of cards here, not to overdraw.
Yes.
Leo Harbor Wharf, like I've talked to some people recently. Like Leo Harbor Wharf, like is a card that was a bit underestimated at first, but right now, like everybody's just kind of figured, like, yeah, that amount of draw power is just worth the dice that it costs.
Yeah, 2 dice for 4 draws in a game where it goes to this kinds of game state. It does have the value. You can really feel the value. Speaking of value, you can see Ganyu's charge attack getting a lot of value there. Freezing the Rodea. It's pretty much forced to switch here. does not have the fast swap. That is a lot of cards in hand, though. So there's
Like, the craziest thing would even just to be like Paimon pass.
yeah, that is a viable option because either way, Rodia is going to go down anyway, right?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised if he's going to do that. I don't think he will. Yep, he's not going to.
He's switching. Predator Attack is still available on Carano's side. Not with those guys, but has two bestest travel companions. Could also though set up a Paimon of his own, maybe override. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think
No,
you're gonna need
that's full.
Releasu anymore.
You can't set up the Paimon anymore. It's full.
No, you can override.
Oh, you can override.
I'm pretty sure you can override. Yeah.
Oh,
You just get rid of one, essentially.
I have never been in this situation where I need to do that. Good to know.
It's going to use the bestest travel companion here, though.
Is he just double bestest companion?
Yeah,
into
he's going for the charge shot.
The double charge attack. It is a very explosive turn.
No, the burst. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, yeah, there.
That is not going to freeze though. Lucky Dog coming down. And yeah, bestest travel companion here as well. Will allow for another elemental skill.
This is going to
Mermaiden is... Okay, Ganyu is in trouble now, because that's the Mermaiden debuff, so these summons in the end phase are going to do 1 extra damage each, and this time the frog is going to attack. You kind of have to switch here.
Yeah, that is 1, 2... Oh, this had the quick swap, though. Leave it to me. So
I'm
just
not
back
sure why he would need this with the quick swap here.
Just wants to get priority for next turn. You don't... Do you need...
Oh, I guess you can end turn, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Quick swap end turn, yeah.
Just to get the priority for next turn.
Yeah. Means he has to switch to Chongyun after the Electro Charge comes out. So he doesn't take the extra damage on the Ganyu. Like,
So...
Kevin is in a good position here in terms of health. The only thing is, like, we've seen what Chongyun can do. At the same time, though, there's not really, like, the same setup that Carano often has with, like, you know, the Minty-Meat rolls, the Ghost Gravestone. He's looking more at, like, you know, more ramping cards, which at this point might be too many.
Okay. Just uses the dice, switch, and do a Harbor Wharf. That's going to be a lot of cards in hand for Kevin.
Essentially, this makes Kevin probably need to stay on Chongyun, because otherwise there's the possibility that there's a way to give Rodea 1 energy somehow, and at that point Rodea can just burst somebody off the field. And if it's Ganyu, you might be in a really bad position. So you kind of have to take down Rodea here. At the same time, though, that enables Mirror Maiden to burst pretty much as well.
Not
You're
great dice,
stuck between
though.
a rock and a hard place, and Corano's dice are awful. Ouch.
Oof. And considering Kirano already used the Bestest Companion previously,
Yeah.
not
Corano
going
also,
to
like,
end
with
well.
not that many cards left in hand, as opposed to Kevin.
not many cards. That
Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was still a Lyra Harbor Wharf.
Yeah.
There's still 8 cards. Never mind. Oh boy.
still a few options here. Yeah, both characters are in a very hard position here. Not enough healing, not enough sustain to make sure they both stay alive. So I'm almost certain one of them is about to go down this turn. Question is who?
Mermaiden debuff still sticks as well. So that's not really the greatest target. Like I was thinking like maybe you can Flower Crisp and then switch to Ganyu, but Mermaiden still probably takes you out at that point.
That is taking quite a while.
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly check the Mermaiden damage, but I'm pretty sure this is going to lose Ganyu
That's
her life.
Mermaiden is 5
No,
damage, I
6.
believe.
It's just 6. It's
Yes.
just 6 with the debuff. So it just
Yeah.
barely has Ganyu live.
1 health left.
Yeah. Also, Kevin doesn't have a quick swap, so he can't really use that right now. It might just be that he is actually gonna set up the summons again and just, you know. Yeah, that's 3, so you might be able to like just set up 1 summon. Also takes the Flower Crisp. Okay, breaks the Flower Crisp with the normal attack. Rodeo is in burst position, so Carano has to take out Rodeo right now.
What do you do? Xingqiu Burst is still active, though. I believe. Oh, look at the timer. They are thinking. They're taking their time.
Sets up the shield here.
Just
But with only 5...
trying to stay alive.
I guess he's keeping the Mermaiden burst to take down Chongyun in the end. Like, I have a hard time seeing Carano win this from here.
That's double.
Haven't lost yet.
You could just official burst there, no?
Yeah, it doesn't... It keeps Chongyun alive, but like, that's close enough, I think. I would say you're playing Oz, okay. I feel like visual bursting is good here. Because... Okay, what is the scenario in which Carano goes onto Chongyun with 1 HP and cleans up both characters with 5 dice left? I don't think it's necessarily like unreasonable to think that's a possibility. If like the right cards are in hand.
Well,
Like
considering
you have gamblers, you have minty meat rolls, and then
let's see the 2 draws.
just about...
No gamblers. There's the there's the cryo dice though. I don't think that's enough. You're just trying to heal as much as possible here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You might end turn first though. Yeah, you can end turn first here.
Yes, Paimon end turn. That maybe gives him some leeway to come back.
Like he can. Okay. The problem is right now that Fischl gets frozen at the end of the turn, and that cleanses the Hydro. Because otherwise, I could have seen like the E freezing next turn. Sorry, the elemental skill freezing next turn. And then...
just a Mermaiden prepares for the...
Oh no, just bursts. Oh my god! Takes the switch, bursts. Kevin Z takes the game. We're going to game 3.
Taking. Oh, we are going to game 3 after all. What an exciting grand final! Definitely deserved. That was a very, very hard fought win for Kevin Z though.
Yeah, they were both thinking through every single possibility. Yeah, in the end, all roads led to the Kevin Z victory, which means we're going to see Freeze versus Overload next.
Yes, Game 3 finally. So this, at least this proves that the the taser summon decks are pretty good. They
Yeah.
have won both of them has won. So yeah,
I need to know now if Resin Q beat the Taser deck or the Overload deck, because otherwise, um,
maybe.
the Taser deck is undefeated.
Well, it says here that Resident Q has won against Kevin Z before in a weekly. I'm not sure
Yeah,
which.
but my point were being like, in round
I,
one, they played against each other. I need to know what deck Resin Q actually beat. If you beat the
Mr.
Taser or the
Producer,
Overload deck.
Mr. Producer, can you get us a data on that?
Yeah, that's still the wrong decks.
Oh yeah, I guess. So, yeah, both taser decks winning. It's a pretty well. This that was mentally draining. It was mentally draining for us, and most likely to the players as well. So,
Yeah.
game 3.
And considering like the final matchup is a pretty explosive one in Overload versus like Chongyun Freeze. Um, I can see like one slip up costing somebody the finals.
Yes, I can definitely see that also happening. We did see, I guess, a few misplays, and then, well, I wouldn't say misplays, more like, there was like a bunch of options, and maybe
Maybe
Kurano
one line would have
or
been better than
yeah,
another, but
yeah, there's like maybe they had the wrong read, or it was kind of a gamble, but
like the
yeah,
thing is like we can always like talk shit all we want. Like we can see both hands, they cannot.
yeah. So their decision
Like I'm
making, not based on because they don't know what
yeah.
the other player has. So
Like I'm always
yeah,
trying to think like, okay, I can see the hand, but like, what if they had a card that wasn't in that hand, and how would that affect the decision making process? But it's a lot more difficult once you are like predisposed to certain lines of reasoning.
yeah. To be fair, the both. I mean, all of the decks here are open. It's an open deck list tournament, so you can see what they're running. So you can kind of read if a player has a certain card, but then again, it is you only have so many options with so little time, and it is the grand finals. It is very stressful for all of the players here. So I
Yeah.
hope we get to see a very exciting game 3.
Like, and hand
Definitely.
reading is like one of the most difficult things to do, but some of the most one rewarding, but also one of the most like important things you can do and you can learn in this game or in any
Yeah,
card game really.
yeah, running. That's why getting meta reads, knowing what deck runs what kind of cards, it's really important for your decision making, especially in high level of play in Genshin TCG and in any TCG, to be honest. And let's see if these players can bring out their best in this third game coming in soon. Oh my, I am. Why am I nervous too? This is.
We're
It
getting
is.
through this.
I'm glad that it goes to game 3, but yeah,
I mean, we are the least, likely to collapse from the pressure here.
yeah. I hope both Kevin Z and Carano are doing okay because they are probably very tired now, physically and mentally. It's been a long day, so let's see. See their best if they can play their best even in these conditions. You know, endurance is one thing that you also need in these kinds of competition.
Yeah, especially like during the major where you're playing like this is Kevin's seventh game of the day. Sorry, eighth game of the day.
Now, finally, last game of the tournament, of the day, of the patch, even of the major, the final, the grand final, game 3, Kevin C versus Carano. we have the Overload deck from Kevin Z versus Kirano's very own Gun Yu Chong Yun deck. Let's see how it goes.
What's kind of the at least part of I forget if this matchup specifically came up, but this was sort of the one of the finals matchups yesterday as well. And well, Ting took it home with the freeze deck.
Oh yeah, it was the America, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
So Carano definitely, you know, in that sense favored, but in general, like, you know, it's tough to say who's really ahead here.
Well, looking at the dice, not favoring Kirano at all. You don't need those triple.
Yeah, you don't need any of those dice. I'll be honest.
It'd be nice if you have Paimon in hand, but yeah, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. It'll suck if the finals would be just down to dice of cringe.
Well, I mean, lucky for Carano that he's getting these dice this turn because he just needs to, you know, auto attack twice with, normal attack twice with Singcho, and that should be. Ooh, actually, skills here.
Elemental skills, clearing up the Electro application.
Yeah,
Probably the right play here.
Yeah, it's probably the like correct thing to do considering like, you know, a swap to Pyro Agent. Like if there's a free swap to Pyro Agent, Pyro Agent might be able to take you out if you just normal attack, have the Electro apply to you, have no shield, and then, you know, you're just sitting there with no burst in the end.
Yeah, so smart play. Ooh, double gamblers here. Not a great start.
Yeah.
Not drawing
does
well.
find the Justice Travel Companion.
Does have options for dice fixing. Okay, pretty good dice for both sides, actually.
Well, Carano needs to Singcho Burst here, so this is one of the best dice for Singcho Bursting.
Okay,
He actually decides to take out some of the
and gets
Hydro
rewarded.
dice. Sorry, some of the Cryo dice.
Double Lotus Crisp might come in handy in a matchup where every attack hits hard from Kevin Z's characters, especially with an Overload reaction.
Yeah. I feel like you kind of just want a normal attack here. At the same time, like, you are obviously very vulnerable to like a quick swap Pyro Resonance at that point, but
yeah, if I was
cleanses the
yeah.
Okay, that takes away the option for the Pyro Resonance. Sorry, the Pyro Resonance.
Yeah, just play it safe. I think at this point, this is the grand finals. You probably don't want to take the risky plays. Looking at Kevin Z's hand, that's pretty good. Normal attack. I don't think normal attack does anything. You do have the Lightning Stiletto in hand.
Yeah, wants to keep the ability to burst alive, I think.
Maybe threatening the burst. This is a way to.
He still has 3 Electro Dice at that point. Has a lot of cards here. So he can tune a lot if he wants to. Okay. Chooses to communicate the fact that... actually, no wait, he pretty much communicates he died of cringe here.
Yeah.
Because he just tuned and then used a normal attack, so that implies he only had, like, he had no Electro Dice and got 1.
Oh, is it a bluff?
Maybe. The question is it really that important though? Because like, yes, Singcho is going to go down, but Singcho got what he needed.
Yeah, Singcho's just gonna burst either way, right? So
yeah, Gambler comes down.
Does Gambler do anything here? I guess
you get a little harbor worth out of it, pretty much.
Yeah. That's. I think that's a little bit too much card draw, don't you think?
No.
Ooh,
You can never have too much card draw.
as someone that plays Yu-Gi-Oh, yes, I agree. I guess just uses the Paradise, set up Paimon,
Yeah, that's
and
fair as well.
then pass. That is also a good play.
Yeah, it is.
Catching already does a lot this game.
Yeah, like I feel like at this point we might be like we might need puts down the gambler on the Chongyun. We're looking at the Chongyun sweep. Let's go.
All right, just everything, putting out on the Chongyun bucket.
Yeah.
All aboard on the Chongyun train. Let's see. Well, Chongyun sweep to end the grand finals would be pretty exciting. Let's see if it's going to happen
Yeah.
or if Kevin Z can find a way to finish this game before that happens.
Yeah, Kevin doesn't. He has Lisu. I think you might be tempted to sort of set that up right now. Maybe get one charge on Bennett, one charge on the Pyro Agent. Like, you either let Kaching go down here, or you switch to Bennett.
I think there's value in keeping Kaching alive because she's your only option of having electro applications. Because once Kaching go down, you can't shut down Chongyun that easily. I see the logic here. Still
I think
debating if
he's
it's the
putting
right.
down the Lotus Crisp essentially to keep Kaching alive, but might still switch. Like,
Yeah,
that
maybe
means
just-
that Kaching is not going to die to a charge shot, essentially.
Yeah, just keeping alive for one more attack, so the electro application can still activate here.
Yeah, Corano's looking at the charge shot.
5 Hydro dice though, not looking too good.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
trying-
enough tuning though. Seems like he's going to use the Gandhi talent card here as well, I think. So that's going to be 3 on the gamblers as well.
Gamblers trying to take
This
down-
game is far from
Ooh.
over.
That's not enough.
What is not enough?
The charge attack on
No, it is.
Kaching.
That it takes the thing into account.
Oh, right. Oh yeah, it's enough. Never mind.
Gives him some of the dice back.
A very close game here.
Yeah. A normal attack should be able to take out either Bennett or the Pyro Agent, including the Gani Burst at the end of the turn. So whatever Kevin Z's switching into here right now might just not survive the turn. Did not put down the Lisu either before.
Oh my god!
So-
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. You're going to double Ito Kirano.
Are
you really going to-
in the
Are you
final
really
game of the tournament?
You're going to double Ito Kirano on the grand final of all games? You're really gonna do him dirty like that? Come on, Kevin Z.
Switch over
on.
to Chongyun.
Oh no, Kirano's molding probably right now.
Question is though, like, okay, does set up just set up Paimon and passes.
Okay, at least
Kevin can do a lot of damage to this Chongyun as well now.
so.
Like,
What can you do here as?
the question right now is, do you want to set up with like the Leo Arbor Wharf, or do you want to keep going aggressive? And it seems like he wants to keep going aggressive. This should do 6 damage, right? Oh, does it actually go for the stealth? Wouldn't the normal attack have done 6 damage?
Wouldn't it go to 5, I believe? Wait, let me check.
Like it's +2 from the,
Yeah,
and he has the he had stealth up, +2 from the.
Yeah, it's. He did use the Bennett talent, right?
Sorry, 2 damage. Did use the Bennett talent card +2, +1. No, it would have been 5. Never mind. After we Pirate Region normal attack only does 2 damage. So yeah, would have just barely not been enough. So setting up stealth is probably the better idea. That is correct. That's the freeze. If he ups to that option.
That's 10 dice to work with.
Yeah, both sides have 10.
The Wolf Gravestone Sweep Dream is still alive. Not sure if it'll happen. But...
I feel like you have to freeze the Pyro Agent, hope there's no quick switch on the other side, then sacrifice Ganyu, use the I haven't lost yet, and then burst Bennett. I think is like the only way you get out of this. Yeah.
He's taking his time. Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, make sure Pyration is frozen. Let's see what drew. Ooh, a Coil of Avonia. Does that do anything?
I'm not sure if it's worth the amount of dice needed for it right now. At the same time, though,
you switch to. Okay, Bennett isn't in any threat of going down anytime soon, I believe, right? Yeah, I think you just set up Bennett for the hyper carry.
it takes the Bennett switch. I think at this point, wow, did not go for Lisa though. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think right now you switch over to the Ganyu.
Does he need the extra dice at all? Quick swap to Ganyu.
I'll take the quick swap. Okay. Ganyu to
Charge
talent cards. That's the double freeze that kind of ends Kevin Z's turn on 6 dice. That's huge.
Wow, oh.
Kevin will probably end the turn here. There's no rain source left. Is there any way? I think Karano actually has to switch back to Chongyun, and then sacrifice Chongyun at the start of the next turn, and then charge shot with Ganyu to finish the game.
What can Kevin Z do here? You can use Q when Bennett goes down. You switch to Pyro.
Lisa doesn't do anything because yeah, it's tough. Yeah, Kevin has to end round here.
Ah, that feels terrible. Ending on so many dice.
I think Karano has to switch here.
Kevin does have Cryo for next turn though, so
Yeah, so that's why I say, like, you know.
yeah, not keeping Chongyun alive is.
The thing is though, like Ganyu doesn't, unless you draw Cryo Resonance, Ganyu does not take out Bennett after Bennett has ulted.
Yep, I think. Yeah, he's.
But you kind of have to hope for it. Like, I think this kind of comes down to, does Karano draw Cryo Res? Oh,
Oh,
did he draw the? Did he draw the Adeptus?
that is a temptation, I believe. I'm not sure who drew it. Though.
On Karano's, like, I know that there's one on Kevin's side. Is there one on Karano's side? If so, that's enough. If so, he can burst on Ganyu to take down the to take down the Bennett, while at the same time taking out the Fatui Pyro Agent at the same time.
Okay, let's see the hands. Ew. Okay.
No, it's both both the Adeptus
Both
Temptation
on-
on Kevin's side. There's a Flower Crisp on Corano's side though. If Ganyu can survive the initial attack from Bennett,
But it deals 3. Oh wait, no, it's... Yeah, Chongin just goes down.
Chongin goes down. Chongin goes
Yeah.
down here.
That's
then
guaranteed.
Karano gets switched on to Ganyu. Ganyu does a charge attack, takes out the Fatui Pyro Agent, and I think with a Lotus Crisp, it's enough for Ganyu to survive enough to then take out Bennett as well, even if Bennett bursts.
That's 10 dice. Yeah, you can... Ooh.
Actually, there is no way to get Bennett to burst, is there?
Calixor? Because you...
Yeah, you have to calculate right now. Actually, he has leave it. Okay, he has leave it to me. He could.
Oh, timer.
I'm
Panicking.
not sure if this is the right decision, but he takes essentially the switch onto the Pyro Agent. Pyro Agent switches him back to Bennett. Bennett then gets 1 stack, takes out the Chongyun. But at that point, he comes to the Lotus Flower Crisp onto.
On you. Right?
I think Karano has this. I think there's
Yeah.
almost no way Karano doesn't have this. Takes the switch though. I don't know. I don't agree. Actually, do I agree? Maybe I agree because there's no healing for the Bennett. Wait, the charge shot ends the game. Quick switch. Has the Calx Art. Can heal to full. Can heal to over the threshold.
4 seconds. Timer. Quick
Uses to
swap.
leave it to me. Switches over. Gets the Leosa proc. Gets the Calx Art. Uses. Can he use the Adeptus Temptation on top? He does not have enough dice for the Adeptus Temptation on top.
Ah. 4.
So he has to, he bursts here. Burst is not enough to take out Ganyu. But gets Bennett over the threshold of Ganyu being able to kill her.
Yes,
To kill him.
that does keep Bennett alive for 1 charge attack.
Yeah, so Ganyu charge attacks here. Gets the Gambler proc. Then Bennett on the clapback takes out the Ganyu, and then Chongyun finishes the game.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Actually, wait. Kevin doesn't even have dice left. So Karano just gets to finish the game outright.
Oh yeah, this is 0. Yeah.
GG's to Karano!
Oh my god! Yeah, that's it. That's game. That's lethal.
This game! This game! Let's go!
Oh my god! Toronto! The perfect tournament run!
No, you lost 1 game.
Oh, wait, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry.
But yeah, Karano taking GITCG EU Major in
Oh,
a stunning series. Absolutely
very-
beautiful finals for this.
a very, very close game for both sides. I think both sides
Yeah.
played pretty well. They're pushed to their limits, and Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, there was so many cards, there was so many Leo Harbor Wars, it's enough for a full Lantern Rite, you know? Alrighty. That was a lot.
That was tiring. God damn. Oh,
Congratulations to Karano. Congratulations to Kevin at the same time, though, for making it all the way to the finals, putting up a massive show, showing us what he's made of, and I hope he can live this down and just accept that he was part of, in my opinion, the best final out of the 3. Sorry.
Yes. I mean, I'm still speechless, man. That game three was very very close. Yeah. Ah,
Yeah,
very
we
well
did
played for
have.
both players.
Yeah,
Yeah, again, congrats to Corrado taking the dub. A
yeah.
very convincing game
We
three.
saw the birth of a new meta deck as well today. That makes me happy either way. And we'll have to see like what actually survives the next patch, considering like we don't know the perfect patch notes yet. But you know, I do want to see the Mirror Maiden deck continue, and I don't think it really is on the chopping block right now.
I'm not sure there'll be like nerfs or anything, but it is something to anticipate. The new patch is coming, so enough about the new content. We are here to celebrate Kirano's victory.
With
Congratulations, winning the entire European major. You are officially the best out of everyone in Europe.
all right,
At
we're
least
gonna set
that.
up for some interviews now. I'm not entirely sure who has agreed yet, but I hope it's both. But we'll see. Um, and we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna have one more ad for Paimon's Bargains. Again, the only reason this tournament is capable of being held in the capacity it is. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a second.
All right.
This tournament is sponsored by Paimon's Bargain. We all know the Primo Gems are way too expensive, but sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get that 5-star. That's where Paimon's Bargains comes in to save you your pity and your wallet. By using different prices from other countries, you can get more bang for your buck when making purchases in Genshin. Let's take my region for example. The largest Primo pack costs 100 USD, and we all know that sometimes not even the largest pack will cut it after losing the 50-50. But by using Paimon's Bargains, that $100 drops to 85. Not only are you saving money, but it also helps you when making consecutive purchases. No need to break the bank on those Primo Gems. Join the Discord server for more information and to place your order through the services today.
And welcome back. We're here with Kevin Z, the second place finisher of today's tournament. Kevin, how are you feeling? Hope you're happy with making second place in this really big tournament.
Yeah, getting second place was. I'm very satisfied with that. I feel like I could have got them first place, but I don't know. My play was not up for today, unfortunately.
I mean, it was a very close final, so it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, congrats to you on getting it this far anyway. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something about the decks that you played against Corano. Both of you guys bringing in the official Rodea Mirror Maiden. And surprisingly, both of you guys got into the finals, but we never actually get to see the mirror of that. Why do you bring that deck, and why do you think it's strong?
Okay, so there's actually a very funny story about why we both used the deck. So,
Oh, okay.
this all started in rank. Kirano got kinda destroyed by someone who used this deck, and then he picked it up himself. So when we faced off later on in rank, he decided to use that deck against me, and he destroyed me in rank with it.
And then you decide to pick it up.
Yeah, of course, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like it's a great success, that deck specifically. I mean, both of you guys won your games while using that deck. It all comes down to that final game 3. Any other questions, Luis?
Um, just quickly, is there any connection to was there any connection at any point to Crapaholic who brought the same deck in Asia?
Um, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair.
I didn't
Um,
even know. I didn't even know Crapaholic used the deck. If I'm gonna be
yeah,
honest.
Crapaholic made third, fourth with it in Asia. Anyway, I guess I just want to kind of ask, did you have a favorite game this tournament?
A favorite game. Hmm. I think I think the final game was pretty good. Even though I lost, but yeah, I
Yeah, it
liked
was
that one.
intense.
It was very close, though. Gotta give yourself credit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll
And
just.
finally, what do you looking a bit forward? We have seen the new cards unveiled. Are you looking forward to testing any of them?
Yes, I'm looking forward to using all of them, but I I personally I want to make Eula work. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people have been saying that Eula is rather underwhelming, so I really want to make Eula work somehow.
Yeah,
All right.
I will say I'm one of those that is not really hyped that much for Eula, but I'm hoping you can surprise me on that.
Right.
Anyway, yeah,
Uh,
thanks for coming
wait,
out for the interview.
wait. Last,
Oh,
finally,
you
wait.
got
Final question. Do you have anything to say to the community, the viewers?
Yes, I do have. I think this community is uh really great. It's really special to me. When I first joined, community welcomed me pretty warmly, and yeah, I'm just happy I'm a part of this community. I'm looking forward to continue being a part of it.
All right, there you go.
mm,
Glad you think that way, buddy. We are all
yeah,
friends here after all in this
yeah. Thank you
Discord
so
GG sub.
much. Thanks for bringing us some really beautiful games. Thanks for bringing us the only Mago Kenki top in it's in 3.4 somehow.
Shout out to that.
You're valued around here. You know that.
You're a legend,
Thanks.
buddy.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So I'm not entirely sure if we've convinced Hirano to come in for for an interview as well.
I think we might have. I just need to check with them. Kevin, you're free to go. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you.
We might have Kirano in a moment. Just give us some time and let's see if they respond.
All right, so we are getting confirmation if we're going to have Kirano.
Let's see. Either way, I will extend that this community is really like wholesome and just very welcoming to pretty much anyone. Is willing to respect people who might not want to be as vocal or as involved in certain chats or something. If if you want to hang out in the chats, that's great. And if you don't, you're still just as welcome. And there's no real like sort of partisanship in that sense. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm barely active here, but the times when I'm active, when I chat, they're always very welcoming. Everyone is pretty nice. Just sometimes you just join voice chat and see what people are up to, and it's sometimes fun. So yeah, join us. It's a great community. I approve.
Discord.gg/invocation with a K. Yeah,
Anyway,
just come in,
we are-
participate in our weeklies, chat in our chats. We have like a deck list chat that shows like some of the best players share their decks. You can post yours and get some feedback on them. It's beautiful. Anyway, it seems like Kirano actually is going to come in here and grace us with an interview. So
just give us
we're ready.
a few minutes to prepare that. Oh,
Hello.
we are waiting on.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
We're
is
joined
Mark
by Kirano,
Henry.
the winner of the EU Major. How are you doing?
Oh, doing fine, I guess.
You don't sound very enthusiastic for someone that just won a major, buddy.
Well, I mean, I'm getting pretty tired. Like,
Yeah,
It was a
like
very
that.
close game.
Yeah, I was saying I sure you wouldn't get double vetoed, but well,
Right. Anyway,
I did jinx
congratulations.
myself.
Alright, congratulations on taking first place, by the way. Very
Well, thanks.
close game 3, if I should say so myself. Um,
Well, yeah, I was basically expecting some healing, but he didn't probably get the cards, so that was probably lucky there. But he got double vetoes.
Alright, I want to ask about. I believe this is the first time you actually beat Kevin Z in a tournament.
Oh, I don't think so. I beat him like
it's the first time
the
at
first time he
3.4,
played.
I
I
think.
Yeah,
don't know.
3.4. Sorry,
I'm not
3.4.
quite sure about the record, but I think I beat him like before. Right? Well, I mean, I was just mostly playing him against him in ranked.
Mm.
So the tournaments are only a very small fraction of the match history we had.
Aha. Anything you want to ask, Luis?
So you both brought the taser deck. What do you think makes it like a good deck in the current meta? Like, why does it deal with the decks really well right now?
I think after the Kenki and Emiya nerf, the Thor deck definitely gets more ways to perform well. So basically, I've seen some very the niche cards like the leader Hubbard, they're now getting used as well. So I think that's because we don't get like finish game by turn 3 or 2 anymore in the old meta.
Yeah, that
So
makes
I
sense.
think can you hear me? So I think the slower decks are definitely getting more powerful, and the mirror maiden deck basically just spends summons and then when you have a bunch of summons, you can burst with either Visual or the ultimate. So both of their bursts are quite powerful. And you can also get plenty of healing with food and the Hydro Resonance card. So I think the deck is working well because the elemental reactions between Hydro and Electro is quite strong. You basically deal +3 damage for each reaction. And you can trigger it twice, like in the first turn, then you basically deal like maybe 11 damage just from the summons alone. So I think that's why the deck is actually performing really well.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think the Mirror Maiden is the unique thing about the deck.
It's still the
Anyway,
glue of it.
yeah.
I think Mirror Maiden is like the finishing, like usually the finishing for character for the so that's like as opposed to running someone like Mona, you can just run someone with a big burst, which can probably kill one for the last remaining guy with especially with adapters. That's the partially the reason that I think it's better than Mona for that deck.
Yeah, Mona doesn't do the same thing. Anyway, you have
Yeah,
any other?
especially Mona's
Yeah.
burst costs 3 energy, right? So it's pretty
Yeah.
expensive and deals less damage.
So
Right.
you have any other questions, Luis?
Yeah. So we've asked this to Kevin as well, but you know, the new cards have been revealed at this point. First of all, have you looked at them? And if so, are you looking forward to testing one of them, or maybe multiples?
I think I've seen some leaks before, but I haven't checked the official release yet. They're probably the same, but yeah. If they're the same, then I think probably I don't know. I think Kokomi is quite interesting. I mean, this year has the self Hydra application like Shincho.
Go.
So it's quite useful in some circumstances, like you can cancel the downside and elemental reaction by using the skill. I think that's probably better than Barbara in that way. So I think Kokomi definitely has some potential, but I'm not sure about her burst though. I think the burst only works on her, right? So probably a bit hard to actually use that. So, I haven't thought too much about the other one, unfortunately.
Wow, Kokomi outclassing Barbara? Never heard that before.
Me.
I mean, it's just my personal take. I didn't really think too much about the new cards yet.
That's pretty reasonable.
Before we let you go, do you have anything left to say to the community?
Well, I think the TCG card game is definitely pretty interesting. I mean, I think most of the mechanics are kind of different from the other card games out there, like Hearthstone and DG. I think it's quite quite unique in the sense that it actually reflects the mechanics in Genshin. So I think it's quite a nice mini game. And yeah, like there are also tournaments where with prizes. So I think it's pretty nice to actually get started and enjoy the competitions. So you can also get some rewards in the end.
Any idea yet on as to what you're gonna spend the $50 on?
Well, I mean, I think I can get it as Genesis crystals for login, right? It's not like I have much of a choice here. So I would like to have cash rewards, but probably that's not possible.
Yeah, it has something to do with tax law, as far as I've heard. Anyway, thank you for coming out for the interview. Congratulations once again for winning the major, and we'll let you go here.
Well, thanks. Thank you for having me here.
Thanks, Carano. Congrats again.
Bye.
All right.
Alrighty.
So, I think that's all we have to offer in this tournament.
Yeah. Thanks once again for everybody participating in the weeklies and obviously in the major itself today and the other majors that happened the days prior. Thank you to everybody working behind the scenes to make all of this possible. I know Kojo's not been having a lot of sleep. Kojo running, of course, the stream today. Just everybody coming together to make this possible. Thank you so much. Thank you once again to Paimon's Bargains for sponsoring this tournament. We're very grateful for that. And we'll probably leave you with another ad, and we'll see you next week already for the next weeklies. Head over to discord.gg/invocation to sign up for those. And
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, we have to do a little bit of a recap before we close everything off, I think. So, as you can see, our top 8s. We did spectate a few of them. We didn't see the Kirano versus Zen matchup, but the rest we saw the Uraruman versus Binzu. We see the Martin Z versus Pecky. We didn't see the Kevin Z versus Resin Q. That is still the big mystery. We didn't ask which deck did Kevin Z
Which deck
lost.
won and which deck lost is a question that is somewhat in my head right now. But yeah.
This is the bracket. It's, I wouldn't say it's very surprising. And here are your top 4. You see the Taser coming in, winning both games in the finals. So that is a testament of how strong the deck actually is. And the rest we have.
Yeah.
I think Europe has
pretty much the signature decks here. Like Corano bringing the Taser, Kevin bringing the deck he won the last weekly with, Alrado Man with his signature Yoimiya, and Martin, obviously the resident Ayaka Freeze enjoyer.
Yeah, I'm really glad that everyone here has their own unique twist. Like they I don't think anyone brought the same 2 archetypes. So we see Kevin Z with the Taser and the Overload. We see the Martin Z Ayaka, his signature, Pecky's signature Sino, whatever Resin Q is bringing.
Resin Q brought the most unique decks of them all. Let's be real.
I mean, yeah, that's why everyone brought their own unique spin to their own, their own decks, their own play style. So I'm really glad Europe is doing this. I hope they keep doing this. This is the most fun region, I think.
That's what we love EU for. The other regions can sweat. I was sitting in call with some of the NA guys yesterday, and I'm kind of sad that it was meta versus meta in the finals, and they were like, but why would you bring anything to the major other than meta? I'm like, well, maybe because you're more interesting than.
I mean, sure,
Anyway.
meta wins games, but at these people bring their own apa ya, they showcase their own spin, their own personality. You know what they think is fun, and it it proves that. Well, the fact that they're in the major, it works. So I'm really glad about the Europe major, honestly, and the final was really exciting. So
Yeah.
again, congrats to everyone that's participated
We
here.
forgot to thank one of our partners though. We forgot to thank GITCG Mange. Honestly, like one of the big reasons our community has grown to the size it has. So thanks to them as well. Almost forgot them, but really unforgettable.
Yes. So thank you for Paimon's Bargains. Thank you for Kecking Mains. I read your guides. It's really good, but they are the reason why we have grown so fast, so big.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yeah, we are grateful to them. So that's from us. Don't forget discord.gg/invocation. Join us. We're a very welcoming community. We are like your one-stop shop to everything Genshin TCG related. And if you're just a fan and you just want to hang out and talk about other stuff, we also do that too. So yeah, that's all from us, the casters. Thank you also for the tournament organizers, the staff, and especially our lovely producer Kojo, who's been working his ass off trying to make all of the majors work.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it from me. And you have anything else to say, Luis?
Um, not that much, but I mean, production is obviously not just Kojo's job. Kojo's our producer today, but in terms of like making graphics, hosting other streams, we have Spectre, we have a bunch of people who can do a lot. I think Turtle does a lot of the graphics and stuff. So yeah, thanks to all of those as well. And I think we can head out now.
I think
Yes,
I'll
Have a good
just
night.
I'll just chime in with it. It's the whole production crew. There's not just me, so I definitely did a lot this weekend, but it's not just me. We have people inside our tournament staff and in production who are doing a ton of work to make this all happen. But yes, we will close out now.
Yes, this is
Alrighty.
a group effort, and I thank everyone for making this happen. And so that's it from us, guys. So this has been me and Louise. We will be taking off now. Peace.
See you next week.
Bye.